All right, hello and welcome back. How's it going? It's another Wednesday and another stream where I attempt to finish Mollie. I think this one will do it though. Her tails were quite the task. I do believe I've even lost track of how many she has. I don't know if I care anymore. She is the fox of endless tales. So, yeah, let's take a look at this. So, all right. I'm trying to focus on this being my last pass if I can. Meaning after today, I don't want to touch this again. So we'll see. Oh, that was my attempt to count which tails were which. And that was my sketch of tails. All right, so I don't think I have one of these layers going yet. All right, so when I get to this stage on a commission, it's so close to done, but it's not quite there yet. And it's easy to kind of get lost on what I still want to do. So I will go ahead and at the very, very top of my layer pile, because I am a chaotic gremlin who does not label most of my layers. I'll label a few key ones, but I mostly like operate in a pattern. So if I toggle the base color, I know that the next one up is probably either like blush or the like eye whites, and the one up above the eye whites is always the pupil or the eye color. So I've developed kind of a pattern that I adhere to. So that's one way I navigate the mess. If I know where one layer is, I probably know what's potentially above and below it. I want to make sure what I grab here is gonna stick out, because that kind of got lost. All right, bright red kind of works, but it's still getting lost. Same with blue. What about green? There's no green in this. Green makes me feel like it's good though. This is bad. And orange? Ooh. Yeah, let's do some thick orange. All right, so I basically am just gonna kind of circle or highlight things that I want to still do. Like that foot's not done. I want to do her earrings. I want to fix this hand. These two are supposed to be the same tail, so I wonder if I can kind of meld them together. Instead of it looking like two separate ones, and kind of same thing. Is this one tail or two? Because I feel like this is two tails, so maybe try to make this a little more solid of an edge here. I think I was trying not to over define it, but I think also it's leaving it a little vague. So that's kind of my note there for that. I'm gonna go ahead and circle this area because I've left it unshaded or unrendered. Kind of down here too. And other than that, we got maybe some tidying up on the jeans I want to do. Oh, I was gonna fix the polka dots because these were like we'll just make a little, I don't always draw stuff, sometimes I write it. So polka dots. So I remember, same thing with her mouth. I think I wanted to work with like some kind of smile or something. And her hair. So that's kind of what I feel like I have left to focus on. I'm sure I could endlessly find more things to add and do, but basically this is how I kind of help myself focus. And so I'll just kind of toggle it off and go and like, so first thing I'm probably gonna do is work on this. And then I'll finish the back tail pieces first. So then I can move into her hand and her foot. Because everything's all in the same chaotic layer. Actually, I think I put the feet on their own layer so that I wouldn't draw over them. But basically, she's all tail and everything on one layer because I felt like doing it that way. So I will be finishing the tails in the background first before I start cycling into things like her feet, her hand, and her hair. And then I'll probably just keep kind of spiraling in, and we'll do the polka dots and her face last. So sometimes if you're overwhelmed and you don't know where to go with a commission, taking 2 seconds to just kind of give yourself a game plan, especially when you get to the end and it's kind of hard to really lock down what you actually want to focus on. You know, it's easy to think it looks all the way finished, and whoops, you've got that unshaded eyebrow that slips through. So yeah, I find this really helps. I do it on most of my commissions, at least at some point. And it seems like a silly thing, but it really does help me. It's almost like a visual checklist, because like as I shade this, then I will erase this so it's no longer on there. And I can see the progress towards finishing the piece. Because I feel like when you're drawing, you can get really bogged down with feeling like, oh, it's never gonna be done. Wanting to see the ending is kind of, you know, the good old dopamine hit there. So there's no instant gratification with art, which is why I think a lot of people get frustrated. You have to have patience and make it through the process, make it through the ugly duckling phase to actually get to the part where you feel good. And you have to learn that struggle is worth it. And even if it doesn't seem like it's worth it sometimes, you probably learned something in the process that will help you get closer to achieving it the next time. So it's a process. Be patient with yourself. I'm really sure if I had rushed this in the 4 streams I had planned to do this, yes, it would be done, but it wouldn't look like this. I would not have played around and explored stuff. I would have gone much safer with things I know, and done probably a lot less with her tails in the background, but I wanted to, so I did. This isn't a commission, this is art for me. No one can tell me I can't paint all the tails. Just my wrist. My wrist is my only boss, honestly. If it weren't for my wrist having limitations, I think I would just draw 24/7 all the time. It's my favorite thing. I don't know exactly what I want to do over here. I don't like that. It looks like, I don't like the shadow coming out after the end of her foot there. Alright. Because, yeah, okay. Yeah, I completely drew over that area, so that's fabulous. I saved those. Hey, Deathlight. Hey, Malik. I hope it's been a nice week for everybody. Ooh, it's actually it's my birthday tomorrow. So I'm hoping to finish a few things and get a good shop update up tonight. And I should be streaming most of the week on various platforms, so I was trying to figure out if I was doing anything this weekend or not, but I don't believe so. So I believe instead of having a birthday party this weekend, I'm going to have a costume party. Because, I don't know, I need excuses to work on foam armor. Leave me alone. It's all Halloween is now. It's another reason to just like dress up and make stuff. I started some Bowser armor. I should probably make something that's not armor for October. One more part, then you're going home. Nice. Get home and get rested. What do I want to do here? So this is supposed to kind of be the same tail. So can I maybe wrap this around without it looking too bad? We just gotta redirect the flow of the fur to look like it's coming from that direction. Actually, that kind of worked. I don't hate it. Because then this kind of just sinks into the shadow back there. Okay. Alright, I'll see how I feel about it. I'm gonna leave it for now. Nope, 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 wait. I can't tell. Am I making it better or worse? That's why I like digital art. I don't have to worry about that feeling. It's like being on a roller coaster. I'm like, oh no, is it gonna look bad? Because I can just, you know, draw over it or Control Z. Now the real sweat and bullets moment is when you're like working on traditional stuff. I feel like that's when I have a really hard time. It's really hard to, especially if you've done a bunch of like line work and such, and then something gets messed up way down the line. It's really stressful because you've already put that much time and effort into it. It's along the lines of like when you're working digitally and you basically lose your canvas or merge layers and it's not in a salvageable way. So it's just the pain of art, I guess, but it's different flavors depending on the medium. Metal is a really interesting one too, because some stuff is easier to undo than others. Like, yeah, I can saw stuff in half, but I can also solder or weld things back together. I don't know. Making stuff is so cool. That's why I don't know exactly what stuff I'm gonna share as we move forward on YouTube, but I have plans to definitely put up some various like mediums as well. I've got a tutorial that's almost ready. I have to do the final pass on editing, and then I think it just needs like an intro and an outro. You know, I should probably make a tier on Patreon or on Coffee or something, so that if you do want me to be able to have more time to put towards doing the tutorial videos, that I could do that. Because as it sits, commissions are my bread and butter. So those are coming first. I got so many rough sketches done this week. I'm so excited. I basically have my workload for the rest of the month ready to go. It always makes me like just so excited. Okay, I know we're working on Mollie, but hold on. I'm sorry. I can't focus. I mean, I can, but I don't want to. I think that it's good to laser focus sometimes, but once in a while, let the brain wander. I would like to show you the no scam call. Go away. I hate the interruptions. All right. I would love to show you this. Yes. I love drawing armor, and I have I'm most of the way done with the undersketch, and I've just started it looks more like line art than a sketch. I don't know why I'm calling it a sketch. Help. But I'm so excited for the armor. I just can't help it. So this one was really fun. Trying to like mishmash and mix some stuff together. It's supposed to be like goth, like 2000s goth, 1990 goth. So I'm like, I kind of want to do like a ripped band t-shirt under it, you know, and like just add some shredded, like there's gonna be ripped jeans over the glaive. So I'm just like, yes. Anyways, so I've got a lot of fun things in the works. That's why I haven't been able to work on tutorials, is because I've been drawing armor. Can you blame me? Bet the traditional work is so different versus just scribbling at the beginning. Yes, I was working on a drawing for the one for you actually that I'm now on to shading. The hand, one of the hands, it's not even that bad. I just like it didn't come out right. I used the like too thick of a liner, and so it just looked a little bit bulky compared to everything else. And I'm like, if I touch that and do anything to it, it's just gonna make it worse. But at the same time, I'm like, oh, and I can't paint over it. And I'm just like, I had to walk away for like 20 minutes. Nothing was even drastically wrong. It just wasn't as good as I wanted it to be. And I had to like take a minute because there's no undoing it. I have to live with like what's on the paper. And at this point, it's a full body pinup with detailed outfit. A full body chibi with the detailed outfit, and a bust with the detailed outfit. And there's some very, very beautifully lined fishnets on that. So the thought of like having to redraw it because I messed up a hand at the very end just like sent me. So I went outside for a second, sipped my coffee, looked at a tree, came inside, and try to keep going with it, and it's fine. Like, it doesn't look bad, but it's the fact that I can't undo any of it that I'm just like, no. I think it's really nice though, because even though it does suck, it's a practice of being in the moment when I'm working with traditional stuff. And I'd say even when I'm doing like cosplays. Oh no, why is my... Let me know if the stream tanks. I don't know why my internet is mad. I'm not doing anything else. Oh wow, it's going wacky. Alright, whatever. I just see the red cube of terror and I'm like, please don't kill my stream. Alright, but yeah, it's very in the moment. Very tempted to get a tattoo machine. I was actually gifted one, and tried it. It's not something I would hate doing. I was just like, no, this isn't for me because my thumb wiggles once in a while. And so with some stuff it's fine, but when it's like ink on skin, I was like, nope. I disqualify myself right there, you know? I don't want to give anybody like subpar ink. But despite that conclusion, I've literally had all my friends be like, please, please do a tattoo. Someone, I probably, like, it's not impossible, but I basically have a few people who might bully me into figuring out tattooing. I mean, I've done it. Like, I know I can do it. My main issue is the machine that I have. I've used it on fruit, so I'm not using it on people. Like, sanitary reasons, I don't have an autoclave to, like, send that shit through. So, you know, I practiced with it knowing it was never going to see human skin. And so it will never see human skin. Like, it's really interesting, and there's a lot of work and stuff that goes into it and making sure that everything's set up right. And my friends are just like, yeah, no, if you made a little thumb wiggle, it would just be part of what made it from you. I'm like, oh, I don't know if I'd ever do it professionally, because it would still come with that stress of like, what if I mess up somebody's tattoo? And like, sure, my buddies might be like, yeah, this is sentimental. But if I was like professional level and I ruined somebody's tattoo because my thumb wiggled, I don't know, I'd feel horrible. Unless that was just my selling point. It is unique. But yeah, that's why I really considered it for a while. But I also find the community around it to be extremely like hostile and toxic. Like stories of people having their equipment stolen or their artwork stolen or like just petty stuff, and I'm like, I don't have time for that. So I'm like, it was something I thought about and I pursued, but it was just not the community I really wanted to be a part of. And that's not to say that there aren't like any good facets of it. I'm sure there are people who have also been tired of the petty kind of behavior and stuff, and I've met a lot of supportive people who have answered questions and helped me on those spots where I was curious. But like when it came to actually apprenticing anywhere, it was a very sour experience talking to anybody about it. I'm like, all right, so they bully you out unless you really want to be a tattoo artist is kind of what I saw from it. And the fact that my wrist would be an issue meant that I'd probably never be able to be in a shop. So I went and put that one down, but we'll see. It'll be fun. I have a bajillion hobbies though. It's really interesting. After a while, you kind of find stuff starts to overlap with other things, which is why I feel like I'd call myself a mixed medium wizard, just because I've messed with so many things that, God, the weirdest one that I can try to explain in the first example I think of off of the bat. Years and years of being fairly touch and go with money meant I didn't always have like nice art supplies, or the ones I did have were very coveted, but generally like Sharpies were not one of them. So the Sharpies we had were very coveted for as long as they functioned, until we got new ones basically. And that's fine. But I learned, as Sharpies dry out and get older, you just got to go a little slower and they'll still make a nice, like, legible line, at least to a certain point, right? Especially like the big, thick ones, like the thick boys, the ones that are like an almost inch thick with the chiseled tips. Those ones in specific, if you go nice and slow and steady with them, you can still get a decent, like opacity of ink unless it's completely dried out. And so there's something about finding that steady pace with the marker, right? So that it still gets enough ink down. That overlaps with when I used a plasma cutter to cut metal, because if you go too quickly with a plasma cutter, you'll not make full penetration through the metal depending on its thickness. So if you go too quickly, you're not going to actually cut anything. And if you go too slowly, you can actually have the opposite problem where you make the metal so hot that it will puddle and glob itself back together, and or just make a lot of grinding work to get rid of the globs you've made. So you want to find a nice steady pace between the two where you make full penetration and cut through the metal, but you still like are moving fast enough that you don't cause excessive melting. And it's really interesting. But I had someone at the college, I took a course on metal sculptures, and it was funny because she came over and asked if it was okay if she watched me work, because she was just kind of like mesmerized. I was like, yeah, no problem. And I explained that I stream and stuff, so I'm kind of like, I'm just used to people watching me. Even before I started streaming, I'm used to the spectacle of my sketchbook being out for some reason. Everyone's like, sits down next to me, and I'm like, what are you drawing? So she was like, what, you know, I don't want to make you nervous. I'm like, no, you're fine. And, it was crazy because she was just sitting there watching me do it, and she's like, you've never used a plasma cutter before? And I was like, nope, this is my first time. And she's like, no way, this is your first time using a plasma cutter. And I was like, I don't know, like, and I explained to her about the markers, and she was really fascinated. But she was like, in my 10 years of teaching, I've never seen anyone pick up a plasma cutter on their first go and use it like that, you know, like not that my job was perfect, but wait a second, do I have the picture of it? I'm sorry. We're going on a story time today. No, we're not. Should we? Oh, I love welding though. I miss it. Other mediums? Yeah, metalwork. I actually have the... Yeah, this is the fairy I cut out. Oh yeah, look, I even have the, this is my plasma cutting. So I did the wings first because they needed to be less perfect. But like you can see right here, where I welded it back to itself, it's got a little glob that connects the middle piece back out. So I kind of was working on that. But then when I got to the figure itself, she was just blown away because I did all of this in one clean line. I think I did the internal cuts first. And then I went and I did her legs and everything around the outside. And yeah, I ended up making it for my mom, but this is how it came together once I had ground it all smooth and everything. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, you can apply stuff you learn from one medium to another. That was my whole, that's it. That's the spiel. If you're an art gremlin long enough, you can just do everything if you try hard enough. Ink you. Oh no, I'll just start a shaky tattoo shop. I mean, on the plus side, if anybody got the same tattoo, I wouldn't necessarily have a thumb wiggle in the same spot twice, so they'd be unique. No, it's just really interesting though, because the amount of people who are like, yes, please put your art on my skin. I'm like, okay. And then I have tattoo people tell me, and they're like, no, you can't. Just because you can draw doesn't mean you can tattoo. And I'm like, no fucking shit. Just because you can tattoo doesn't mean you can weld. Like, you know, everything's a different skill set, bud. But I wasn't sassy. I just rolled my ass and left. Because like if someone were to take me on as an apprentice, the fact that I have at least a dozen people who want ink from me regardless, like that's still money in the shop. That's still money from a chair. So joke's on them. Alright, so I need to stop working on this spot. So once in a while I catch myself like doing this where I basically hyper focus. I really want to mess around over here for some reason. So I'm gonna try to make maybe the blur. Since a gasp, I never use the blur tool, huh? Alright, let's try that to just soften it out a bit, and then I'll go back in with this. Because that looks a lot better. I just need it to have an edge I like. All right. All right, so I will say there are some things I don't feel like I just don't have the patience for like calligraphy and font design. I really wish I did. And I've done it for people I like. And that I know like won't be a pain to work for, but for the most part, it's like I don't do graphic design work for anybody but friends and family, even though I can do it. I just don't wanna. I think it goes back to like not having a very good experience with graphic design in school though. Because like I absolutely adore working with customers for commissions. Actually, so there's been this whole thing on Twitter right now. And I don't like it. I mean, it's definitely time to find somewhere else to be, because I feel like the only thing really promoted on that website is like angry and inflammatory stuff anymore. And like I log in and see somebody made a post about basically if you don't like how somebody draws their art, don't commission them. Like, you shouldn't be commissioning an artist and then asking them to change aspects of their art style. In particular, this person has like a really like realistic style. They lend a lot to the realistic aspects of animals, and they're an amazing artist. Okay, I was saving. I'm like, why did it stop moving? I was drawing. No, my program saved and now I forgot my whole line of thought. You know, this is the life. My avatar is a unicorn, but it really needs to be a goldfish. Am I right? Oh, the people that give tattoos. I was gonna say some of the most chill people you've met have been really chill and kind people. I've met really nice people as well, but I think in the industries and in the area, I'm also in the Seattle area, and it's a really, I don't want to say oversaturated market, but there's a lot of competition, and so I feel like it's kind of stemming from that. But I mean, that being said, I absolutely could push and do it. They were just like, hey, you gotta be stubborn and do all these hoops to do this. And I'm like, this is dumb. Like, I guess to sum it up, is most shops were like, hey, you need actual experience tattooing flesh to work here. But if they won't take you on to teach you, that leaves people learning at home. And that's what pisses me off the most about the interactions that I had. Because in the state of Washington, you can tattoo people as long as you do not charge money. If you charge money, you need to be licensed. That's basically how it goes. So you can kitchen sink tattoo people at home for free. But are you learning the right sanitary things? Are you learning the right procedures? Are you making the right habits when you are picking something up from go? And unless you have somebody who is close to you and willing to teach you those things, I do not think that it is really a great idea that if somebody walks into their shop and says, hey, I'd like to learn to tattoo, and they go, well, have you tattooed anybody? And I say no, and they say, come back when you've tattooed somebody. That's encouraging somebody to go home and learn potentially like the wrong practices for something that is fairly serious. Like, you can give people infections if you're not following the correct sanitary protocols. So that was the only thing that got under my skin about it. But like, I've met a lot of people who are they seemingly fine. I just like, when it came to trying to get into any of the shops to apprentice, that's what I was met with, which I found to be just kind of dumb. So the answer is get tattoo equipment and give friends tattoos anyways, and then go apply at a shop for a job. Is, I'm like, you're just lucky. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, that sounds crazy. I looked into what it would take to get licensed and everything. So it's something I've been on the fence about for a long time. Literally, it's just my wrist that is the only reason I've completely, like, hesitated. All right, we're just in Tail Time Part 2. Skuttz wants fluff. Skuttz wants fluff. Help. About how people should commission an artist than asking them to change their style. Oh gosh, yeah. So, all right, hold on, I'll hang on and we'll stick on the same thing. So you had the exact same problems with auto body and mechanics. They wouldn't let you on as a worker because you had 0 experience, but then when you went to college and got experience, they didn't want you because you didn't learn their way. Yeah. It's a very catch-22, makes it feel like it's built for you to not get into the like mechanics, or it feels very gatekeepy to me. Like, that's why, I don't know, if I'm able to provide resources for art, like I'm gonna, like, just because you put the resources out there, it doesn't mean people are gonna be able to do it. I could show each and every one of you everything I know about metalsmithing, even if I was a metalsmith, and that was my bread and butter. And if you guys didn't have the focus, the patience, the attention to detail, it wouldn't matter how much information I gave you because you wouldn't be able to do the thing. And I feel like tattooing can be similar, so I can understand, you know, in some things where it's like, well, you want to know somebody can even be capable of it before you put time and effort into showing stuff. But I don't know, like, I'm not turning anyone down from drawing art because you haven't had any experience. Like, it's crazy to me to dissuade people from a hobby or something that you're passionate about. Like, I will never understand that mindset of just like the selfishness. It doesn't make sense. The I got mine, screw you, figure out yours. Like, I mean, I guess, but if I was that way about art and I'm like, oh, well, I'm not gonna show you how to draw because you might copy my style. I'm sorry, that kind of sounds like I'm not very, you know, confident that I've got anything else to offer. Like, I don't know. I don't think that the more people drawing doesn't make more competition for me. It means there's more art in the world. All right, so I don't like how these are like completely separated though. No, I hate it. All right, so I don't like this. I'm looking over up here when I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to decide works and doesn't work. Because it's a lot easier to look at the smaller version and determine stuff like that than it is. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but for the most part, I am not zooming in very close. When you get lost into the details too far, I find I zoom out and it doesn't look good anymore because you can't see the bigger picture. So it's really, really important to either make this as big as you can. Like, I'll scoot it over and scoot it down. I think I was using the transform tool. So I like to just make this as big as I can so that I can have the best image of what I'm working on. And I like that a lot better. So I'm gonna come through with my blend tool maybe. Just kind of smooth some of this out. Not a ton. Try to get this blended along the edge here before I come back through with the brighter color and clean up the edge of this tail. So I'm kind of just working on what's behind and then moving to what's in front and working my way around the tails. I know I said I was going to start with this one, but apparently we're just starting down here and moving along. That's fine. I think I'm going to leave the tail in the back relatively alone. I don't feel like I can do too much to it. And brightening it just brings it forward. All right. I like it. I like it. All right. So I don't want it to be too bright. I'm mostly looking at the values here, so I'm trying to make sure that the brightest ones kind of guide you around the image and that everything else isn't too busy. So we'll see how it works. I'm really interested in just kind of seeing how this comes out. I was not really sure if this is what I was gonna do, but I felt like I wanted to just make her tails the backdrop, and so that's what we did. And I don't hate it. It's a little bit chaotic. It's a little bit chaotic. I wanted it to be like she's sitting on clouds or something, and I'm not sure I've quite got that going, but I'm loving the flow and the swirls and like everything going on over here. So I'm gonna keep rolling with it. I don't really care where this turns out. I do, like, I want it to look good, right? But I've only got so much of that like initial image in my head. And the rest of it, I'm kind of allowing myself to base off of what comes out. So like, yeah, I've got a vague image in my brain of what I wanted this to look like, right? But instead of trying to hold my physical accomplishment to what's in my brain, I try to adjust what's in my brain to more closely work with what I've already physically accomplished, right? So maybe what I've got in my head is a skill level that's way beyond what I can get, right? But I'm gonna start out like aiming for that, and maybe it doesn't quite pan out what I was trying to do, but if I go with what's already there, I can still kind of salvage it and make it look good. But if I keep trying to force it into what it didn't quite end up as, I feel like I get flustered, I get frustrated. That's where I start feeling like it doesn't look like how I want. And so it's just, I don't know, it's an interesting process. Like, art is partially logical, but there's also a lot of emotion and feeling that goes into it. And it's it's really difficult if you're trying to picture or envision particular emotions or feelings and you're struggling to depict those. But if you keep going at it, over time you'll get better and you'll start to find you'll get closer to accomplishing those things. And it might not be like a quick process, but I've been drawing commissions for about 10 years, and all I've wanted to do is start developing a style where all I do is paint. I've been wanting to develop a digital painting style since, 10 years ago. And it's been maybe the last, I think 2020 was when I really started doing a couple of like 1 hour speed paints, which was when I discovered that was kind of what worked for me. Was limiting myself so that I didn't get hung up in stuff. I would still actually finish things. And it was pretty good. I've got some of my old time lapses up still on the YouTube channel. If you're wondering why it says Unenthused Muse, that was my original go at a name for the channel. But ultimately I decided to just stick with my branding I already have going. And so I'm Skuttz Drawz. So yeah, if you're confused at all as to why some of the older videos have a different name on them, it's me, just rebranding. Or unrebranding. Alright, let's see. I think I've got the tails along the bottom good. Those look good. So I've got the one up over here. We'll get this one sorted out, and then what? Oh, that's an airbrush. Let's go back to my regular brush. Alright, so I want to do, I think, some more of these. Because yeah. It's reminiscent of the fact that I raised her from a Ninetales, so, or a Vulpix. So I really like having the swirlies in. Alright, so let's just add some floofs. I'm liking this, I'm liking this. But like, I don't know, feeling stuff out. Her tail is a really good example of how I wasn't sure how I wanted to do it. I just knew I wanted to add some sort of swirls and flow to it, right? So as I kind of started and this first part came out, I realized that I really did like the swirls. And it took a minute, but now I'm coming back through and I feel like I've refined the process I was working on last time. And so it's a lot easier coming back this time to work on the tails. I don't want these to be too... I think I do want to make sure that this is a separated line here. Yeah. Make this one another tail or something, maybe. Alright, so what do we got? Yeah, yeah, I'm just gonna keep working on the tails. Then probably her hair next. Just because I've been really excited about that. Or should I finish her paws and her hand and then do her hair because I'm excited about the hair? That's a good one. I'd say that's another good tip if you're working on commissions, or if you struggle maybe just with finishing work. Saving something you really enjoy working on, or after something that maybe feels more tedious, is always a good idea. It's kind of like the carrot on a stick analogy, where you're getting yourself to work through something you maybe don't enjoy as much, but you go, okay, well, I know I've been shading tails for 1,000 years, but as soon as I'm done, you know, shading the tails, I can go ahead and I can shade, you know, her hair and do the thing that I was really excited for. And all of a sudden, it doesn't seem like as big of a slog to get through the tails because I have something I enjoy to look forward to work on after that. So I've just got little pieces like that where I like doing the hair, I like doing the eyes. There's different little pieces that I save for myself. All right. Yeah, I like that. So essentially, I think the best way to explain what I'm doing for her tail fluffs is that I'm building up the shadows and kind of this under shape in these under volumes, and then coming back through with the highlight or the regular fur color, and then using that to sort of define the edges of the swirls. I think it's working pretty well. I like it. And then for the lighter areas, I'm using the medium tone. So what's the highlight down here for this, right? I'm using for the shadow up here. I didn't change what color I'm working with at all. It's just a really, it's a way to get kind of gradients worked in. Looking nice and fluffy. Always awesome. All right, so ooh, I would definitely love it if we could finish this today, because that would mean I could put Mollie up in the shop if anybody wanted to get a print. I'd be curious. I've been wanting to do prints for a few years now, but the main issue has always been trying to print and ship stuff myself. I don't want to get bogged down with my bad days. So Fourth Wall has actually been really neat so far. And it's a print on demand company. So anything that's ordered from there is produced and then shipped out. And there's nothing that I have to do additionally past creating the art and letting you know it's available for purchase. So it gives my wrist, gives my wrist a breather, which is really good. I don't have to wear a drawing glove today because I'm wearing my wrist brace. It's been a long chunk of getting some roughs ready for the month, so I'm excited. Like, I can usually, if I have trouble, I can work on stuff if I already have a base frame out. It's, for some reason, trying to create something when I'm in a funky place is hard. So having all of my rough sketches done and ready to go means even if I'm having a funky day, that I will have stuff ready for me to work on. And that's got me super excited. All right. I'm trying to get a laptop this month because I feel like it's really difficult dealing with some of my rough days and not being able to sit at my computer. So I have found a laptop that can actually accomplish the basic needs that I can need. It's not going to be something I can draw full images like this on. So there'll be that, but I'll be able to do shop updates and other things additionally much easier without having to be at my computer if I'm having a day where it's hard. So I'm excited. I've got my commission queue full for the month though, trying to get that. So hopefully I'll get through those and then the computer will be in my grasp. But if you want to help achieve that goal, you can always drop me a Ko-fi. Oh man. Just want to get this tail looking. Oh, no. Too much. Try something a little bit lighter. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. I want them to be so... No. That actually looks okay enough how it is. Add a little bit here. Yeah. Alright. Sorry. Okay, so I don't like. I'm just trying to make some strokes in the direction that the fur goes. Alright, and then come through with my lighter. See? And can I come in with a little bit brighter? Yeah. So since this one doesn't really have a disconnect between those two, I'll bring in the highlight shade just a little bit since we're up higher on the tail, so that makes sense as well. Since this would be up in the light. And let's see about getting too small. Yeah, maybe. Alright, so just replace it with some floofs. And then we'll maybe do tip of this one curled a little. Okay. Do it. Nope. Good. I really love I can just erase stuff I don't like and try again. Digital art's amazing. Ow. No, I made it worse. So. Can I just give this a curly tip? Okay. Sorry, I'm getting quiet because I'm thinking. I'm trying to make it look good. It's actually one of the more difficult things about streaming is just trying to focus while I talk to chat at the same time. So I'm doing my best. I'm getting better at it, but once in a while, I think that's why I blue screen or I goldfish a little bit. Multitasking is always a little bit rough, so just bear with me. I appreciate it. And if I forget what I was talking about, just ever so kindly remind me if you want to hear the rest of the ramble. Okay, Grandma, go back to drawing butts now. Alright, let's shift that so they don't come up together. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay. Weird bit here, make it look like it's it. Alright. Okay, we have most of our tails looking pretty good here. I think we just have these last two. Alright, so just to demonstrate the mental process, because I was thinking about doing it, so I just will. I'm gonna erase. Oh no, not her tail, not her tail. Undo. So I've got those pieces all fixed. And I was going to work on which ones? Just gonna work on this chunk here. And this chunk here. The wrong color orange. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So we're gonna work on those two spots. And then we're done with the tails and we'll start circling in through the feet, the hands, and then the hair. Alright. Oh, hey, New Blood, welcome in. It is blessed to have thy in the chat, for you are the reason that Mollie is so dang cute to start with. So the rockability, fail. Good times, good times. Oh, so eloquent, Skuttz, as always. I hope you're feeling better and recovery is going smooth. All right, let's see. Got maybe one more swirl over here somewhere. I really like the swirls. You can't stop me. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. You had a Subway today? Like, as in like a Subway sub sandwich? I don't think I can actually eat anything from Subway because everything there has soy in it. Tisk. Do. Alright, so. Oops, let's not do that. Okay. Should probably come in with darker shade. Yeah, that was the problem. Highlighting a little too bit. Oh, fuck. I'm having a good time with words today, if you can't tell. I'm definitely pretty tired. Ooh. Okay, so getting there. I'm gonna try to smooth that out and then maybe go for slightly brighter. There we go. There we go. The more random and the less I care, the more I like it. I'm like, okay. I start sweating it and I'm like, whew, starts looking too neat, too tidy. Okay, so I really feel like this should have a okay, so here we go. Oh, I hate it. Try again. Alright. Just that there. It's the fact that this is kind of its own little chunk here, maybe. There we go. I like it now for this part. And once again, I'm looking over here while I'm drawing over here. It's funny to have a graphics tablet but still use it more like a the screenless ones once in a while. So like it. Alright, and then let's see. So over here was the last area I wanted to mess with. I think the only thing I really wanted to do, make this feel more like the tip of her tail. Should be good. Alright, so do this. And then I want to come through with the kind of blue tone from the back. That looked really good on a lot of the spots here. It's kind of the shade down there. Alright, so I give her a little bit of a swirl here. Maybe. Might. I don't know. Not sure if that was really the best spot to put it. If I don't try, I can't find out. Alright, let's see. Do this. Everything's kind of coming up in it, so I don't want. Alright. Once again, just trying to segment it out with the shadows and then come in and blend it with the highlights. I know other people work different ways. I'm weird, I think. A lot of artists I see work from light to dark. And I do that as well traditionally for obvious reasons. It's a lot harder to put a lighter pigment over a darker color traditionally, unless you're using something like gouache paints or acrylics, where you have a lot of coverage. You're just gonna end up needing a ton of layers to cover up, you know, if you're trying to put certain colors over certain colors. So digital actually allows me to work from dark to light, and there's something about it that lets me visualize the shadows better. I don't know. But if there's something that works for you that isn't necessarily quote unquote what you're supposed to do as far as like what's traditionally correct for art, I'm like, I don't see any reason why you should. There's no reason that you have to sketch you know, the skeleton stick figure if you don't want to, if it works better for you to kind of do the style that I do and blop out shapes and kind of sculpt it instead, because that saves a lot of strain on my wrist. And that doesn't by any measure mean that I think other people are doing it wrong if they do it a different way. I just want it to be known that it is an option, because I feel like there's a lot of professional art where it's like, if you don't do it this way, it's wrong. And like, I think that's just so homogenizing. Like, yes, there's things that are correct generally, like certain colors look good and bad together, but there's also artists who use colors that clash in ways that are really cool that might not be considered, you know, by an industry standard. But I also feel like I am biased because I encountered a teacher who tried to sculpt my drawing style into what she thought it should be, instead of letting me do art in my own way. And it was very off-putting, so I totally understand. Yep, it's bad food, but you can actually eat it without getting hospitalized, so you just can't get enough. I understand that. Subway used to be my go-to if I was like at a convention or something, because we could always split one. And that was kind of like my budget if we went to a convention. That was my food, is enough for Subway. Now I cannot. Though ironically, I avoided McDonald's for the life of me. You know, I'm like, oh, the food's super salty, it's, you know, hella processed, all this other stuff. So I tried to eat other places. I tried to not eat fast food, particularly once I moved out. I couldn't really afford it. So I was cooking a lot of stuff from scratch anyways. And then now when I'm on the go, I actually, like, McDonald's is one of the few places that I can go to for sure and know that I can get a cheeseburger and I won't get sick. And I hate it. So I feel ya, because I used to hate McDonald's, and now I'm like, they've been scrutinized so much that they've got 100% meat in their meat. Like, their chicken nuggets are chicken and their beef patties are beef. There's no soy filler. It's been ground up into pink mush and reconstituted into the forms, but everything that's in there was some form of meat or animal part at some time. So I can actually eat it because it's not filled with soy. I'm like, okay, whatever. You take what you can get sometimes. I get it. I feel it. All right, I think that's pretty good for her tails. I don't know how I feel about this one down here. Oh, I like that. Cool. All right, so let's see. We've been going for about an hour and a half. I unfortunately do have to take a quick like stretch break. I can only sit in spots for so long at a time before my shoulders start to kind of get really, really sore. So it is always good if you're drawing and sitting in one position for a long time to make sure you get up like every hour or so and stretch. So I try to be less frequent with them on the YouTube streams if I can, but it's still really, really important for me to like physically move around since what I do is sit and draw. So I'm gonna go and do a quick walk around the house real quick, stretch my leggies and my lower back, and do my quick shoulder and wrist stretches, and we'll be back in about 5 to 10. I will be as quick as I can. I'm just gonna do the water refill, use the restroom, do my stretches. So the whole rodeo, it should be like 5 minutes. I'm gonna go fast. I now know why I'm feeling off today. I'm having like a moderate food reaction. My friend got me a smoothie yesterday when I was out, so I think the blender might have been contaminated. All right, so the last thing I want to do to her tails then is go and take this gray blue and find the spots where I want to kind of include a little bit of that. Especially, I think I like this around the edges. I think it makes it feel like it's scaring or blurring into the background, which, oh, I just love this. All right. So basically, I knew I liked how this looked, but I wanted to add this at the end so that I could kind of get some consistency. I don't like, unless you know what you're doing. So like if it's like an established, like thing that you do, it's probably not too big of an issue, right? If you know what brush you use to do line art, you can come back and pick up line art. Yeah. Please get better soon. Oh, it's all right. It just explains why I feel like the Tin Man needs some oil today. It wasn't bad enough because I didn't throw up, because then I would have known right away. But today I've just been like kind of brain foggy. My hands are kind of achy, and I just like my stomach just let me know it was not having a good time. And when I checked in the mirror, I can see that I've basically broken out in a bunch of like yeah, I break out across my chest. So I got exposed to something. Yeah, I get smoothies once in a while when I hang out with my friend. It's just like, so the regular girl who works there, I told her, after I had a smoothie one time and had basically a minor reaction like this where I'm just kind of like, I can tell I'm off, something's up, but not enough to like totally wreck me. So, you know, but next time we went, I was like, hey, can we make sure that, you know, I have like a clean or sanitized one, because they've got peanut butter smoothies and stuff. They've got stuff that has soy ingredients in it. So if it's not been like run through the dishwasher, if it's just been like quick rinsed in the sink, I can still get, there's like enough of the like peanut allergens and stuff that I'll have a reaction from that. So I just have to be careful. Thankfully, it's not anaphylactic, so that's not, you know, that's not a concern, but it is more like food poisoning, which does not fun. Anyways, TLDR, I think I forgot to tell the girl that I need I'm used to the regular chick knowing that I need one, so I forgot to tell the one who made it this time, to make sure that I had a clean blender for my smoothie. It's why I'm so scared of eating anything I don't make myself at the end. But like, if you don't have food allergy, it's this, if you ever work food, even if you don't have a food allergy or know anybody who has a food allergy, it also sucks about the people who are like, oh yeah, I can't have gluten. And then they have like a little bit of like, you know, of a cookie or whatever after, and it's like, okay, all right. And, you know, so people don't always take food allergies serious if they're not like anaphylactic. But yeah, I've thankfully met a lot of understanding, because there's definitely a good chance if somewhere can't keep their food not cross-contaminated for me, that I will not be returning there, because I just can't get sick from eating somewhere. All right, so let's see, we've got the tails almost done. I'm trying to look at where I want to add the last of this kind of gray blue try it. How do I feel? All right, so I want to go. I'll drag that up a bit. Yeah. I don't know. I really like playing around with stuff. Like I said, I try to make, like, the image of my brain is my rough idea, and I try to work with what comes out on the canvas. And I'm just so happy with this. Let's see. Alright, so kind of same thing. Add a little bit of shadow here so that when I come back in to do her hair, that I've kind of solidified this. Darker backdrop. So I'm just basically shoving this in ever so slightly, like coloring outside the lines, but intentionally, knowing that I'm gonna come back through and kind of drag it back out almost to that edge. So I'm just gonna blur some of the outer edges. It's looking pretty good. Alright, so I'm gonna flip it. I want to stick some of this blue. Wait, where am I? Yeah? On the right layer. Just not. Oh, I'm on. Smudge. There. Now I have a brush. Yay. I was like, why is there no pigment going down? Alright. Probably know my routine for this inside and out by now. No, actually. That's kind of what I was talking about at the beginning of the stream. Is when I was doing her tails, I didn't really have a plan for it. I just knew I wanted them to kind of be big and billowy, so I played around until I kind of came out with what I've been doing, which is laying down the shadows before coming back in with the highlights on top. So in some sense, it's kind of the technique I already try to use, but each drawing kind of feels a bit different. So when I can try to do a chunk of it cohesively at the same time, I will. Definitely for like line art and stuff, I feel like I have that down. As long as I can identify what brush I used, then I'm fine. I've actually considered starting to try to leave myself notes on a layer, like how I do the color palette, just of like what brush and what pixel size I was working at, because trying to figure that out sometimes can be difficult. Especially if I'm trying to tell if it's one brush or another that are not exactly the same, but they're similar, just one's they behave differently. So they look the same on first glance, but then once I get through part of it, it doesn't feel the same. But mostly that's because one of them has the stability cranked up higher than the other. And that just affects the feel of the line a lot. So if I use one and then switch to another, it makes it feel disconnected, because some of it's following the natural flow of my hand from one brush, but then the other has like different curves and stuff because it's following the overcorrected course with the stabilizer cranked up. So aside from struggling with those two to tell them apart, it's not too bad. I can zoom in and tell if I used my pencil brush or a few other ones, but it's easier to try to get one piece done at the same time. It reminds me similar to like when I'm painting something physically. I try to do, if I'm using a pigment straight out of a bottle and that's what it is, like squeeze the tube, green, that is the green I am using, fine. I can paint stuff as I want. But if I've mixed a custom color, like for the Bowser armor I was working on, I was really struggling with the orange. So I waited till I had all the pieces ready to paint and made a giant batch of orange, because I could not for the life of me mix the same shade of orange twice with the random paints I was working with. And it's kind of like that, because if you do it all at once, you're in the same mindset, you have the same color selected, like, it's not impossible to pick something up later, but I definitely hate it when I do it sometimes. When you come back and you're like, what was I thinking? Dear past me, please leave instructions. Okay, thanks. Alright, so I'm just trying to blur the edge of the tails so that everything is kind of out of focus, and I'm blurring it with this like gray blue shade. Oops. That makes it look like it's kind of blending into the backdrop. So do I want to do it? There's some of this, or does that look wrong? I just like to try stuff, and then if I don't like it, I just delete it. Like, you know, it's so freeing. It's also why I work on commissions. I have to finish like pieces for customers and all that. So there's not a lot of leeway I can give myself when I'm drawing. Like it's work. At the end of the day, working on commissions and drawing is work. So my trade-off is my sketchbook is basically a no man's land. Anything I start, I don't have to finish. I never have to pick it up again. And it's nice. It's really freeing, and it keeps it so I will go in there and draw stuff without feeling obligated to finish anything. And that's been really important for me, I think, because then when I'm doodling, that's when I come up with some of the ideas that I later go, ooh, I like that, and I grab it and I refine it. But if I wasn't just doodling and I was sitting there trying to mash my face against it until I got something I liked, I wouldn't have grabbed that concept that, you know, was so enthralling to me now. That would be a fun stream. Go back and find something in one of my sketchbooks that I didn't finish and use the stream to see what it would look like if I finished it. That would be insane. What if I finished my own art? Gasp. The world might end if I do that. Like, for real. That's fine though. I like just experimenting with stuff. Once in a while I finish things. But unless it's like for stuff around the house. Ooh. Oh, I don't know if that would... It's not drawing necessarily, but it is art. I've been making Halloween decorations, and I was thinking about getting back into the groove of it. I don't know if I'll have time, though. So, let's see. I'm hoping by the end of September to have the tutorial I'm working on out. So we will see. Trying to kind of break down and explain my sketching style, and then I don't know, I've got a few others in the works, but I'd be curious what tutorials you'd like to see the most. Also, the main actual struggle I'm having is trying to think of what format is the most beneficial and actually helpful. Because the whole reason I even want to make tutorials in the first place is because when I go look at a tutorial, as like the experienced artist that I am, like everything feels so pretentious and like trying to be art school, and it's like, I guess if that's what you want, but it makes it feel like you have to take it oh so seriously and everything, and art can just be fun. I'd love to touch on serious topics too, like how to take commissions, or how to do studies and improve, or where to start. But I think that there's a lot that can be covered. Alright, hold on. Okay, so we've got that one. Alright, let's see. How fast do I need to go? It's already 3. Okay, well, let's put some pep in the step and see if I can go a little faster. So, I just really want to get this outline looking good. I feel like the inside is really good. Just don't want it to be too crazy. So, bring that in a bit. Try to clean some of this up, maybe. Alright. So right there, I just kind of erased as I was looking over at the smaller one until I saw an arc that I liked in that shape. And so now that it's done that, I guess I'm gonna wait for it to do recovery settings. Okay, this is a long pause. This is the only thing I hate about that. It feels like it interrupts my flow when I'm in the zone, but I don't want it to not save my program for me. That would be really sad. Okay. We are waiting for it to save. I am doing the big stretch. It's taking a minute to save. Mollie's a thick girl. All these tails taking up a lot of a lot of space. Alright, so where was I? I was up here. It completely lost me. All right. So, I think we're about done with the tails on that one. I might come back and add some little splashes in here or there. But I think this is something I can be pretty happy with. Alright, so let's go ahead and work on her other foot. So part of that is going to be trying to erase out her shoe. Does it need to be up higher? I feel like it needs to be up higher. Oops, not that layer. We want to go down here. Alright, so I'm going to try to sketch where her... Oh, now it's here? Yeah. Fabulous. So this is like her pinky toe. Let's see here. So it gave like where her nails are. So trying to figure it out. So I'm gonna do a little ball for each of her knuckles, and then do... Oh, see, this is where I think I'm actually using a different brush trying to replicate something again. Yeah, because that wasn't this brush. It was this brush. So my two favorite ones to use, I feel like I should, I guess, just cover that real quick. Okay, I'll drag it out this way. So there was a set of gouache brushes on the Clip Studio Asset store. And there's a lot of thick paint 12, thick paint 11, and I think the other one I like is called Momo brush. Uh-oh, I can't find it. Maybe it's not here. And then the other one I have is a watercolor brush that you cannot see. Can I drag it over here so you can? Yeah. It's a watercolor brush. This is basically the standard one that comes in Clip Studio Paint. I've just reduced the the sensitivity, or increase the sensitivity so I don't have to press as hard. So when I'm digital painting, those are the two main ones I use, which are thick paint 13 and the modified watercolor brush. All right, so now this should help because it will feel like it's giving me it's giving me the right results. All right, so because I'm trying to mimic the way that the colors are blended there, but I'm not gonna get that blend this way. All right, so fabulous. I want this side of the foot to also be pretty shadowed. All right, then we're gonna grab the deeper shades here, and I'm going to try to separate her toes. Some shadows. And then basically, so I noticed it felt like her foot wasn't as tall as the other one. So what I'm gonna try to do basically is just take my pen and I'm going to just extend the shoe up. I haven't properly shaded it yet, so I don't mind kind of molding the way it looks. And this is kind of like how I mess with stuff in the sketching phase, right? Where I just kind of erase. This is what we're kind of doing again. So I want to make sure that it looks like it's roughly the same as the other foot, which I think it does look so now. So that should be fine. That looks pretty good to me. I'm trying to make sure that basically I'm looking at the distance from here to here and trying to make sure those are roughly the same. And then I want the thickness on the strap here to be about the same. So now that I've shifted that, you'll notice that the gap right here on the shoe is really small from the strap. So all I'm gonna do is go to the layer I have that on. I'm gonna lasso tool it. I'm just gonna move it like scoot, scoot. And that's basically it. I'll move it while I'm checking over here. And while I'm checking over here, I wanna make sure that these gaps start to look like they are the same size. They look about the same now. Bring it back down just a tiny bit, and I'm gonna leave it there. So now the curve of it is off just a bit, but because the placement's there, I'm just gonna go fill this in and fill that one in just a bit. And basically, minimal work. I've tried to just kind of scoot everything into the right spot. So I can try to add a little bit more to the bottom of the shoe here, maybe, right? Because I don't want to change the thickness of her toes, but the bottom of the shoe did not look as thick as the other side. So that's where I will go ahead and add it on. I haven't had to do any sketching to redo any of this. This has all been just looking at stuff with shapes and volumes, and it saves me a lot of just, if you think of when you think of traditionally sketching stuff and drawing circles or repetitive lines, it's a lot of repetition on my wrist that doesn't amount to anything but lines that get hidden or erased. So working towards something like this actually is taking that burden off of my wrist and trying to kind of work stuff out, like shaping it like clay instead of
typically what you would think of adding and erasing when it comes to a pencil. So there we go. We're getting that looking pretty good. We'll go back to this layer again. Alright, so I am gonna go in down here. It looks like I kind of smudged over when I was doing the tail before I separated the layers out, so I'll go ahead and fix that. Looks like, yeah, this is the edge. So I'm gonna erase the edge and I'll fill it in myself as I go. So, so we've got, that's basically her paws are good on this foot. Ever so slightly, basically going to use that as a outline, I guess. I'm trying to kind of experiment with it and see if I like using almost not necessarily line art, but using like I don't know. It's why I don't care. I'm having a wonderful time. I get to feel out and explore my painting style, and I'm really excited. I've got some of what I've gathered from just like my general commissions. I love rendering stuff. So even though it's a sketch, I tend to over-render the shading portion. So that's just kind of brought me closer and closer to my goal over the years of actually achieving this painting style. And the final step was basically just biting the bullet, being brave, and like just doing it. Because I've had to practice to get better. Like, I can't just wish that I would be good at digital painting, you know, as much as I wish I could. I've had to really find little pockets here and there to practice, or when my favorite is when I get tipped, because if you tip me, it's my excuse to do more. I'm like, oh, whoops, my hand slipped and I rendered this all the way out. Like, oh, well, I guess I had the excuse to make the time to do it, you know? Which is why usually when I do commissions, I'll take a sliding scale, but if you want a cheaper commission, it's gonna be a quicker, rougher quality. But, you know, it goes the other way too. So when I have clients who tip, I will absolutely go, oh, looks like I get to spend more time on this. Alright, so say this is coming along, we're almost there. Oh no, oh, I did that on the wrong layer, that's why it looks so Alright, so should be good. Let's lock that, go back to this layer. See if I can fix it this. So I feel like this is actually a little bit backwards. I feel like this toe should be brighter. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, let's see if doing this on the right layer will help. I've kind of done these towards the middle, around 2 toes here. And this one. Yeah. Alright. Trying to look at the other one and make sure that I've got everything
More or less looking right. Okay. So once I like what I see in the smaller version up here, I just try to push it along in that direction. So I'm gonna try to define between her little toes there. Uh-oh. I feel like the shape of the foot's different. It should be smaller, so it should be higher. Ah! Alright, hold on, we're doing this one more time. Okay, so I'll shade all of this in darker. Sometimes when I can't do something right, it just means it's time to start the heck over. Something is just bunk, not working right. Try again. The whole thing's broken. Throw it out. Don't get mad that it's all broken and you have to throw it out, but just realize, like, you're kind of... Please stop doing the recovery settings. This is like every 5 minutes, I feel like. Belinda Williams Skuttz. Oh, thank you. Beautiful artwork. I'm doing my best. You like when I take the time to explain not only how I'm doing certain things, but also why you're doing them on the first place. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the whole point of streaming this and trying to work through the process, is because I did a lot of trial and error for a long time and dealt with a lot of frustration for a long time. And I have spent time watching a lot of really good artists stream, but there's a lot of time where they're talking to chat and stuff, which is fine. Like, I do it a lot myself. But that's why when I stream here on YouTube, I'm just trying to make sure that when I'm doing a thing, I just kind of reach back into my brain and think about why I'm doing it and bring that forward, because I took a lot of time to figure out some of this stuff just by watching what other people did. I imagine digital art maybe is a little bit easier to grasp, maybe, for younger generations, because if you've grown up with something, that's just kind of how it tends to go. Digital art was something fairly new when I was kind of dabbling in it for a while, and I got frustrated. I didn't understand, like, if layers were supposed to, like, was I supposed to draw over stuff and erase stuff away? Like, what? It felt like it was counterintuitive compared to what I'd known, and I gave up on it for a while. Probably like 2008 to 2013. So roughly like 5 years where I was just like, digital art is not for me. But when I've come back to it, I'm like, okay, yeah, no, I do have to think about where I'm layering stuff and how it stacks, but, you know, once you kind of learn to think that way, it's not so bad at all. And you can do a lot of stuff to your benefit with it. So I'm glad I didn't give up, but tutorials and stuff were not as easily available back then. So it was a lot more work and trial and error. And I've been watching more tutorials now, and I like popping into streams and stuff, and like I learn a lot from watching still, but so many times I'm like, I wish I just knew what was going on inside their mind right now. Like, why are they doing it that way? Because some artists have just uniquely insane art styles that I'm just like, how do you think like that? It's so cool. Take my time on the artwork, never rush art. I mean, it's the only reason we haven't gone and cut this off at the fourth. It was only supposed to be a four session long stream. I didn't really think it made sense to make longer content form for it, but it has allowed me to kind of look back, and I'm able to grab stuff from these streams that I'm trying to build tutorials around based off of what I cover and how I'm talking about it in the moment, because it makes sense to apply it. Where when I'm like, how do I do this? And I'm trying to figure out where to describe its application or what kind of example to form, these streams give me a built-in example. Oh, you love to draw on your sketchbook or in your sketchbook? Or both? I started having so many sketchbooks I had to start drawing on the outsides of them so I could tell them apart. Alright, I'm trying to get this to look good. I'm not sure how I'm feeling. So I'm going to try to push this shadow up at the top of the toe and then try to drag the highlight back down over it again. See if it helps. I'm also still working through a lot of digital painting stuff myself currently, so a lot of this is fresh information I'm processing, so it's easy to share. All right, let's try this. Push it back down by adding the highlight on top. Leave this one looking like that. Kind of like it. I kind of like it. I think that's it. But I basically just keep playing around with shapes till I like it. And it's just kind of thinking in the highlights and the shadows to be your volumes rather than thinking in lines when you're sketching. All right, so I think we have paws I'm pretty happy with here. Try to make these nails the same size as the others. And then can I add a little bit of this gray? Like they're reflecting the sky, or does this look bad? I don't like it. All right, that's fine. So I'm just gonna take one of these. I still want I feel like I want this to be visible, so I'm just gonna lightly go in and reinforce the shadow there. I'm pretty happy with that though. All right, so I'm gonna drag the highlight back over on the foot some more. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. So let's go and move over to her hands. Oh, the arch nemesis of all artists. Actually, I don't know. I've been on a good stint lately with hands. I don't know what it is. Actually, I do know what it is. I've been drawing them a lot in my sketchbook, so if you want to get better at something, doodling it and practicing it is the best way to do it. I've just been taking my sketchbook while I'm like unwinding at night, and I took a bunch of pictures of my hands, so I just like scroll through and I've been doodling the hands in different positions and holding different stuff. So I've got that catalog of shapes. You want to build it up. If you don't practice, you don't have it. And that's why when you sit down to work on something, the whole thing's a struggle. But if you do studies, you're basically getting the struggling out of the way. And it makes when you approach the actual piece you're working on a little more fluid. Like you've greased up the wheels for yourself. All right, so I just want her thumb to be back here somewhere. But I can't get her thumb to look right. Here we go. So since I'm struggling with the shape, I'm just gonna take my pencil real quick, and I can't see that. So her thumb's coming down and out from behind like that, and then the fingers are here. I don't have to have drawn my hand exactly the same for this information to help me out, because I've drawn her hand just slightly with like the fingers curled a bit more, but basically it allows me to see I need to square her wrist off a bit, and then this should come up. I should have a bit of a bulge there, and then her thumb should come out down around here, and that's gonna look a lot better. So I'm just gonna drop that down, go back down to my layer real quick, and then I'm going to cover up the darker areas a bit. Move that shape out a little. And then I'm going to take one of my mid-tones. I'm color dropping everywhere, but you should be using a palette. Actually, let me do... Where's my palette? There you go. Alright, so I'll grab my mid-tone, and I will start with my mid-tone back here. I'm just gonna drag and pull, go up here, and bring that down so where it should, and then come back in with my lightest tone and shape out the top. Now I drop the I can drop that. Pretty happy with that. And then I'm just gonna go to the edge of her outfit. And make sure that this is erased out along the same lines, and I'll actually fill it in a little bit now that I see where her hand is at. So there we go. I'm basically erasing the shirt out to paint underneath it, and that just kind of artificially creates a boundary for me to paint within, so I don't have to worry about going over. So I'm gonna do the same thing with her thumb. I'm just gonna erase the part that was covered up by the belt. And now I'm gonna go back down here. Oops, wrong brush. And then, so I'm gonna just try to do that one more time. I wasn't quite happy with how it came out. And I press a little bit, like I press hard and make a little circle. And then as I move away, I go back and forth and I release the pressure and I get a little bit of a gradient from it. Not sure if that's what I want it to look like. Let's try bringing it down just a bit more. No, that's what makes it look wrong, because then it feels like it's more like her other fingers. All right, so let me grab the reference one more time and take a look. Yeah, that's about right. Feels weird because hands are weird, and it's probably not 100% right. Whoops. So let me just Alright, so that's actually also the same method I use for shading fingers. I make a ball at the joint and I just sort of lightly reduce the pressure as I move up and create a bit of a gradient. Maybe if I try moving the knuckle up there. So there I go. I wanted to move something, so I come in with a shadow, and then I'm gonna come back in on top with the highlight, but this time I'm gonna move it a little bit here so that the knuckle looks like it's staggered. And that makes it feel a bit more how it should. All right. Cool. I'm happy enough with this hand. It doesn't have to be perfect. I often struggle with hands a lot, but I feel like when I just let them go and I look back later, I'm like, yeah, okay, that looks all right. There's ones where I can look back and see where I'm maybe not as proud of them, but the more practice I put in through the years, the better I feel like my hands have started looking overall. It's one of my favorite parts to draw when it's not being an absolute struggle. Which sometimes those days happen, and I just work on different portions and try the hands a different day, you know. It's okay to be like, all right, this isn't what's happening today. Re-highlight the beans, yes. Sorry, I'm just catching up with chat again since I've been looking down working. Let's go ahead and save while I read, since that takes an hour and a half on its own. Alright, so while we save. In your sketchbook yesterday, you drew a new school tattoo 3D baby dragon. Nice! We were just talking about tattoo art. Yeah, she is the queen of foxes, definitely. I've signed a treaty with the hand castle, yes. Oh, you like my avatar model? Thank you. I'm hoping to upgrade it soon. That's actually what we're gonna move on to after Mollie, maybe. This actually was an animation I drew for something entirely different, and then I fell and rolled my ankle to the point where I couldn't walk for about 8 months. So, in order to facilitate streaming easier while I was laid up, I took the animation and I made a PNG tuber. So it's why she's a little bit gritty, grainy, pencil sticky. She was a quick doodle, but I love the flow and the shape that she has, so I don't really want to change that. But we'll see. The hashtags for the day is the lovely Skuttz Drawz. Oh, almost gave up, but like it was sended by God himself. A lot of speed paints appeared on your For You page to guide you about the steps you had to do in order to render things like gold, shadows, hair, fur, etc. That's awesome. That's so good. I've had times like that too. I actually had to put a commission on hold for a little while, and thankfully the commissioner was understanding, and it's why there's such a huge need to communicate with your customers, because they had other work from me, so I worked on a different commission for a while instead. But essentially, I was trying to do something that had like a background that was bigger than a lot of what I was really used to trying to do. So I felt like I kept getting stuck and I couldn't quite figure out like what lighting or what, and literally, you know, they were like, take the time you need, just let me know when you start it back up again. And it took a little while, but because I didn't pressure myself or like beat myself up about it, and I was still working on other commissions, one day I just saw an image on my feed
And it was literally the thing that just set the light bulb off. And that was when I started picking that one up again, because it wasn't that I was being lazy or that I didn't want to or that I was bad at art. It was that I was lacking information to get what I was trying to make up to the standard I was trying to make it. And you usually when you're struggling, you just need to find the right time or the right tutorials. So I'm glad you were able to stumble across something that would help. I'm hoping to put out some more tutorials soon. We've got hopefully one coming by the end of the month. I'm trying to get it out by the end of September. I've got the footage edited, and we're now moving on to trying to get like the finer points of it wrapped up together. But as I said earlier, commissions are my bread and butter. So for the most part, if I'm working on those. I'll definitely work on getting a coffee or something set up so that if you want to see me make more tutorials and help facilitate that, I'll have a little tip jar for you. Because we're not quite to YouTube subscriptions yet. No, Skuttz, stop working on the tails. We're on the fox now. We're on the fox now. If I start working on the tails, just yell at me. I can't put them down. All right. Oh, it's cracking me up. I do that all the time. I can tell what my favorite parts to render end up being because I'll catch myself being like, oh, but maybe I should just fine-tune this one a little bit. Oh, maybe I should just fine-tune this one a little bit. And I'm like, maybe I should focus and finish the picture. Because I could spend forever polishing everything up, but you know, until the day Magic the Gathering picks me up and Wizards of the Coast hires me for some card art, I'll stay away from spending 1,000 hours on a piece just yet. Okay. Would she have claws? I feel like I want to give her claws. I can do whatever I want, and what I want is for her to have claws. Yeah. There we go. It's easy. What do I want? I want claws. There we go. There's nobody else to ask. It's so weird. Art that's not a commission. I'm mad with power. I can just draw whatever I want. I'll draw all the tails and all the claws and all the fox girls and do I remember Courage, the cowardly dog cartoon? Yes, I do. I loved Courage. I still love Courage. Alright, so now shaped out the claws. I'm gonna come in and put basically like the shadow around the nail. Should work. And then this one. Just like that, she's got claws going. Oh my gosh. All right. Calm down. Calm down. I don't want to calm down. I want more claws. So cool. All right. I made myself a pair of like little cosplay claws. I don't like how they came out. I need to repaint them. But they're really fun to wear. I wish I could do like the really long pointy nails, but I feel like I would just poke myself in the eyeball. In fact, that's what happened when I cut my nails like that. I just kept poking myself. Although then again, I have natural nails, so I imagine that's thinner than like when you do acrylics. So I wonder if the thicker nails mean you don't poke yourself in the eyes as much. Not like poke, obviously, you still have to be careful, but like, I would try to scratch the corner of my eye and I would like, accidentally gouge myself. I'm like, all right, this has gotta go. Too accident prone for this.
But I always admire the people who can pull off having them. They're mighty. Alright, so... that doesn't... I don't know what I'm doing. Just playing around with the shapes till they look good. That one's too big. Kind of like the triangular shape. Just don't want to mess stuff up too much. Okay, that looks pretty good from looking at it up over here. So I'll try to keep sticking to that. So, got here, kind of make the in between, right? So I'm just kind of got the outline there, kind of smearing in between, giving it kind of a good mid, right? Dragging some underneath because that's our shadows. And then we're going to come back in with the brighter colors and see about doing some highlights on the top. See if that looks like it's given the right vibes in the zoom out. Because you don't always have to make stuff look exactly like things, right? You just need to put down enough information so that somebody's brain looks at it and gleans, this is blank. And your brain kind of makes that assumption and you'll see it as that. One of the things that did the best for my self-confidence and just kind of understanding that not everything has to be like 100% rendered out was seeing some Magic the Gathering art. And like full play mats. I'm trying to remember, is it Azumi? Is it Azumi? I don't remember names. Oh no. Basically she's got scrolls, and in the main image she's, you know, you can see stuff rendered out, but in the background the scrolls are mostly blobs. And then the closer you look at them, the less they look like anything at all. But because when you just glance over them in the corner of your vision while the rest of your brain is basically focusing on the main character, the shapes and the values are all your brain needs to go, oh yeah, those are scrolls on a shelf, and it's fine. I was like, huh, so I don't have to render everything perfectly, it just needs to be good enough to trick the brain to go, okay, that's what that is. Alright, so I'm trying to bring some more midtones back in for fingers. So I'll try to bring cheek. Divide there. Alright, so we're just gonna keep pushing the darker values a bit darker. And the lighter values a bit lighter. I like to fill in the shadow, and then like this is how I'm trying to make it look like it's fading behind her cheek. It's just ever so, oh, that's the wrong brush. My watercolor brush tends to blend stuff a little bit differently than my gouache paint brush does. My thick paint. I like my paint thick. Alright. I also found that this helped a lot for upping my game. So if you zoom in really close, right? You see how it's kind of pixelated and grainy, and part of you just wants to pick at that and be like, no, it's not smooth, or it's not, you know, right? But it kind of lends to that fact that it's obscuring details and letting your brain fill stuff in. Letting it fill in the shadow, letting it fill in the the highlights, some of it. So like not having everything be completely smooth and clean is really helpful when you're painting. Like if you think about paintbrushes, when you're using a bigger paintbrush, it's hard to get everything super fine detail, right? You can use a detail brush, and you probably will, but you won't spend well, it depends on what kind of image you're making, but I've seen some gloriously, beautifully detailed paintings, so I am generalizing a little bit more for beginning. If you like to paint every detail on a canvas, I'm not going to tell anybody to not do that. But as a beginner, it's a lot easier to focus on the main job you're trying to render. Alright, I don't like how big that feels. Okay. I'm just making some kind of final adjustments to her hand here. I'm probably going to come back one more time after I've left this alone for a second. I don't like those two nails, but I like everything else, so yeah. I'm so excited. This looks so good. I've never actually just gotten to try to do my full potential on a piece before. It's always been limited by time, or I'm working on commissions, so I can only spend, you know, the amount of time that I've really been paid for to work on something, even if I enjoy whatever it is, or it's a really good image. There have been times where I'm like, look, I'm not trying to upsell you, but I'm having a good time. So you bought a flat color image, but if you want to pay for a shade, I will go to town on this bitch. So it's not, it's never pressure, but once in a while I enjoy something so much, I'm like, does it really have to stop here? It doesn't have to stop here if you don't want it to. Like, all right, let's go. I don't know. I love it. Oh, I was going on a little ramble about Twitter being weird. And dogpiling on a really good artist for a really common sense take. And it's Twitter being Twitter, you know? Someone says, oh, I'm not fond of pancakes. And someone's like, oh, so you hate waffles, do you? It's like, no. Like, all they said was, I do a really realistic animal style of anthro, so if you don't like realism and you want like a more cutesy style, you know, I'll point you to other artists, you know, give you a refund and I'll scoot you on your way. And people are just like, oh, how rude. And it's like, what? Like, that's, no. You shouldn't just commission an artist because their slots are open and then try to like somehow mold their art style into something that you like. Like, that's not how commissions work. You should commission an artist because you like their style. So like, there's some, you know, there's some give and take in that. Like, I make some adjustments sometimes, but I've never had anything be the kind of issue as the singular one and only refund I've ever had to make. And that was a hoot because the person was an artist to boot. So I was like, if you're gonna nitpick my style this hard, why not draw it yourself? Which was the one thing that just baffled me the most. I'm waiting for it to save. It takes so long. I can't draw while it's saving. It saves every few minutes. I want to turn it off, but I'm scared to. If it crashes, that'll suck. But yeah, I was really excited because this was a rather well-known artist in the community back in the day, and I was really excited to have a chance to work with him. And then it turned out to be one of the worst commission processes I've ever dealt with in my life. We're talking, we made like 20 plus edits back and forth, and finally on the last one before it collapsed in on itself. They had asked me to make the hooves look more mallow-like the show. And I'm like squinting at my computer screen, and I'm like, so you don't want me to draw your character in my style? You want me to draw your character in the My Little Pony show style, and you weren't upfront about that when you commissioned me, and now we're playing the adjust everything via 1,000 edits game. And I was like, wait, so do you just want me to draw this in the show style? And they were like, yeah, that's what I like. And I'm like, my art style is not the My Little Pony show style, I'm sorry. And I mean, I'll let them keep any of the whips and the rough drafts that I had going, but I refunded them. I no longer wanted to finish that commission. I was just baffled and frustrated. And it's what comes to mind when I think about someone trying to commission somebody for an art style they don't necessarily draw, and then asking for a lot of revisions around that. And I don't think that that's absurd. I think that that's very reasonable. You're wasting not only your time, you're wasting the commissioner's time, because that's not how they draw. You're wasting your time. You're probably not going to get what you want because that's not what they do. And Skuttz, you're working on the tail again. It's hair time. So it's, I mean, it's so baffling to me that Twitter can go harass people over such dumb stuff. But that's all I feel like Twitter really promotes anymore, is just the inflammatory stuff. And I'm definitely curious if anybody's been more active or social on other sites. I'm looking to extend where I post to additional places. But I'd also like to know where to actually check out. Like, where are people actually logging into and looking? Or is everyone still locked in to the dumpster fire that is Twitter? All right. So I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna trip over my words, take a sip of water. Just gonna reiterate what I'm doing. I'm building up the edges, and kind of going in with darker shadows first, and then I'm gonna come back through with some midtones and some highlights. I'm bad at swallowing water. Give me. I just need a second. Okay. I think I'm good. I'm just gonna try to keep going until Mollie's done. I might be... Whew. Might be croaky for a second, but hopefully it'll pass. Alright, so there's already a pretty good map of where I want her, like, hair to go. So I'm trying to follow the strands and the pieces I've already worked out. And I'm just kind of dragging the shadows very lightly up and in. And anywhere where I feel like I want more definition, I'm just gonna press a bit harder. So, there we go. I might do it back here too. This one. Okay. Don't want to get too blended in with stuff down here. I want it to be able to okay. Okay. So, just dragging stuff through, trying to accentuate the clusters of hair. Doing my best not to draw over or overlap spots like her ear. This is the trickier part of trying to paint everything on one layer, because it does make it easy to run over stuff like this. So I'll probably come and do her ear at the end. It's just kind of a start from the back. Something like her hair, where it has a bigger arch and flow to it. I would do that first because it's harder to stop. And these are short and easier, so it's easier to come up and correct that on the ear rather than correct the hair behind the ear. So that's what we're just going to go ahead and start with here. And then I've got my lighter tone, and I'm going to come up through here and start trying to do the hair. I feel like I'm doing too many small short strokes. So the way hair is really natural. I'm going to try to do maybe something from further back and see if that helps or makes it work. I don't like that. Alright, so, I might cover this up entirely. And then just come through with just this. There we go. I like that a bit more. All right. Again, it's just a lot of trial and error. The difference is once you've been doing it for a while, you start to learn what works and what doesn't work. And it sorts out a lot of the hardest parts of it. But if you're growing, you're trying new stuff. Like, if you're not struggling, you're not getting better. I think that's also a really hard truth that people don't understand about art. Like, your art can be okay without going out of your comfort zone, but it probably will not grow. And so if you're doing it for hobby or you're happy with your style, that's fine. There's no reason to push that if that's not your ambition and it's not your goal. Like, if you're happy where you're at, that's fine.
I'm talking about like if you aren't happy with where you're at and you go, man, I wish I was as good as X or Y, but like how often do they draw? Are you drawing anywhere near as often as they are? Because some of the best artists I've seen are just like, they're always drawing because it's a muscle. It's the hand-eye coordination. So if you're not actively using it, it's easy to get rusty. And I think a lot of professional artists understand that. So like you need rest, you need to take breaks, but kind of like how I have my sketchbook, that's my, I can just kind of prance around in it and do whatever I want. I'm not obligated to anything. Like that's really good. It lets me explore stuff. It lets me try things. And if I experiment with something that ends up looking silly or dumb, fine. I don't have to do anything else to it. It's not a commission. It's not an owed piece that I have an obligation to finish or an expectation. Although, speaking of no expectations, I've been doing some just like experimental commissions and kind of doing artistic freedom. So like you just give me a character and I do something with them, you know, related to a theme provided. And I've just been having a lot of fun, and I feel like just because I'm not feeling beholden to delivering a certain style, I've been having a lot of fun just kind of adventuring. And so people have been getting really fun art that's still in my style, but you know, they're expecting me to play around with it some, and they know it might not be the norm. And so I got on a painting kick. If you follow my Twitter, I think you maybe saw a few of them. Trying to get some more art to post up there, but I think I'm gonna slowly start posting other places in addition to Twitter. Hydration any %, yeah. Just because my brain has the memory of a goldfish doesn't mean that I can drink water like a fish. Dang it. Glad I survived the vicious encounter. It's one of those moments where you just roll a natural 1. You're like, I'd like to drink the water. The DM's like, make a survival check. Natural 1. You choke on the water. Like, alright, let's see here. This is pretty close to done. Alright. What time is it? Oh, it's already 4. I'm possessed by the art demons. You cannot stop me. We're going now. The strike while the iron is hot. It's so interesting when I'm working on stuff like hair because I stop thinking about anything like it. I don't think of it or see it as hair. It's just shapes and I don't know, it's weird. It's that nice little zen place we were talking about earlier. Alright, I don't think I like that. Alright. I also like this hair detail brush. It's really nice to add some like texture in like variated clusters. I really like it. I'd like to make my own one day, but once again, it's another asset you can find on the Clip Studio Paint. It's free, and I've been using this forever.
This front part. Do I like it? Do I hate it? I don't know. I'll leave it alone for now. Just redrawing it 20 times. Add some more up here. Okay. Oh, don't go too much. Alright, so about adding this in here. Trying to go in with like my medium volumes or my medium shades. Alright, and then do I want something over here to kind of, yeah, show that she's got some kind of hair going on back there. Gosh, come back through here again later anyways. Alright, so now I'm going back in with the lightest color. Nope, never mind. We're waiting for it to save again. Recovery settings can be adjusted under preferences. File. Maybe is it under file? Enable canvas recovery. Oh, it is every 15 minutes, like literally on the dot. Oh man. I'll just try 30 minutes and see. It's one of those things where if I remember to save constantly, it's not too bad. But if I forget to save and my computer crashes, then all of a sudden I've lost everything and it's not recovered for 30 minutes. But this file is so large that it's taken a good like 30 seconds every time it does the backup, and that's not even saving it. So I just interrupt my flow for about a full minute between waiting for it to save and then it's me saving. But I could just save constantly, so let's go. Turned it off. Better get good. Saving your canvas constantly is probably the best thing you can do. So part of it's wanting to find what size I want this brush so the textures look good. But it's, yeah. I just kind of, it's so weird. I just try random stuff. The more you think about hair, like the harder it kind of gets to make it look good, because hair is normally not perfect. So the more you try to make it look perfect, the more like uncanny valley it starts to get. So I'm trying to avoid that spot. Whoop, we're shifting everything. All right, so let's see. We've got cinnamon roll here. No, I actually like that better. It actually feels like it needs a little bit of this like blue-gray here. I overwork it.
All right. No thoughts, only shape. Doing it with the light on, okay. Is the hair right? Alright, so. So we've got. One part looks really good, I like that. So now I'm gonna go take this blue-gray color, see if I can maybe get the ear in the background. Because we're getting there, this is almost done. I'm just gonna see if I can try to finish this today. I'm on that. Alright, so I'm just trying to see if I can use some shadows here to define her ear, because it kind of got lost. It still looks like it could maybe be one of the tail floofs, so cannot help. I think you can just kind of piece together it's supposed to be her ear. Pretty obvious if you think about it enough. The only other thing I can do is maybe like extend it. Actually, that looks better. I'm just scribbling while I'm squinting. There's nothing special happening right now. I literally am squinting at my canvas while I scribble because that's more accurate to what it would look like in the distance. And now I open my eyes and it looks like an ear. I feel like I cheated. I do feel like it's kind of in the wrong spot. It's too high, but I really like the way it looks. So how I'm gonna try to do that is I'm just gonna copy the outside of it, right? Oops, missed part. So I'm gonna try to scoop that little bit in with the lasso. Gonna go cut and paste. I'm gonna drop it back behind because it's behind, and I'm gonna go and I'm just gonna move it back here until it looks like it's kind of lined up the right spot for her ear, and that's fine. I like that. Now I'll go back up to the top on the background, and I'm just gonna smooth where it's been messed with up here out. So I'm gonna refill that in, erase some of this out, and then just kind of drag this back down. But that's a good way. So like if I wanted that, but I didn't want to ruin everything in the background, that lets me just kind of drag, drop, and keep it, and then fill everything else in. I just kind of color drop and blend. So I dragged and dropped her ear over just like that. So now I'm going to darken in behind. Blend that. And then grab the brighter color and just clean up the top of her hair. I think I'm done with this spot. So we'll go back. Just kind of make sure that this is where I want it to be. Make sure the background's cleared out enough from any junk. And then, all right, back up in. Here we go. I don't want to add shadow that's not there, but I really want that hair to still stick out. All right, so the other thing I want to do is add a highlight layer.
Yeah, saving saving is just taking a moment at this point, but with all large files, it's gonna... Oh, we're thinking some more. Well. 30 seconds of saving the Infinitail's fluffiness, totally worth it. Absolutely. Okay, so let's take that little bit of that blue-gray tone. I want to add a few bits of it here and there. Just so that it's in the... Yeah, I want it reflected in her hair. It's really nice. I think it adds a lot to an image when you work out how to add environmental lighting. So even something as simple as taking this blue gray kind of color, which came from blending and erasing the edges of the tail over the sky. And I found that when I put it on there, I just really liked that little touch, but because it's pulled from and utilizes the color of the sky, which is the backdrop, it makes it feel cohesive. So when I'm adding the blue to her, it makes it feel like she's part of the scene. So it's probably a good thing to just put some like bounced or like reflected light on some spots. I think that's where I'm liking having some of it the most, but she's not directly facing the sky on this side, so I'm just gonna see where I like to put it. Maybe like in the deeper shadows. So I'm just gonna put these here and there. Like the bounce lighting really does make stuff feel part of the backdrop. All right, so that's too much. Back it up. All right, so I'm just going to add a little bit through here. Yeah, I think that looks a lot better having it tied in with the back. So now I'm just gonna come in. Go back in and blend with some of these colors so they're not just completely like out of place. All right, and then is this better or worse? I think it's okay to... I know I say that a lot, and it's not because I'm questioning my ability. It's because I'm just trying new stuff, and sometimes it's gonna look a bit weird. And that's not bad. It means I'm experimenting with my style. I've already learned so much about digital painting working on Mollie over the last month, and then some. Been a little bit of a trek to get here, but that's fine. I'm really happy I'm not rushing to finish this. It's fun to see like what would happen if I just like gave something my all and tried to see where my art style is actually at if I like put time into it. Because I really enjoy digital painting and I'm happy to be doing more of it. Alright, so I'm gonna go over here. I want to add a bit of shadow under her dress strap. I'm gonna try to do something for her outfit next, I suppose, after the hair, because we've got the hands and the face, and we're pretty much done aside from her earrings there.
We're so close. We're getting there. All right, so Mollie. No, too busy. I can just hit Control Z. I really do enjoy sketching, but there's always that moment in my sketchbook where I'm like, oh, what if I tried that? And I was like, yeah, no, I don't like it. Control Z, and I'm like, oh, there is no Control Z here. No! And it's fine if it's pencil, but once in a while, the ultimate sin. I like to sketch in ballpoint because it means I can't fret or overpick stuff, because if you overpick stuff, it's just a blob of ink, right? So when I do that, when I'm drawing with a ballpoint pen, it's definitely, it's a regrettable mistake. Thankfully, it's never anything too big, but it's always one of those moments where I suddenly realize just how used to digital painting that I have become, and how spoiled by Control Z I have slowly gotten. I draw in ballpoint pen to keep myself humble. Humility. You're just like, oh. I spent the whole night doodling this, but I guess it's fun though. Like, that's usually where I find creative things, and I'm like, oh no, I ruined it. And I'm like, well, how can I make it not ruined? And I'll try to cover it up, and if it's, you know, it was supposed to be one thing, I'll try to make it something else if that one's not quite working. It reminds me of when I was younger and I used to draw in school, and people would bump the tables, and like, I don't know, people would be like, oh no, I'm so sorry. So like, they clearly already feel bad, and I'm like, I don't want to make them feel worse. So I'm like, oh no, it's fine. But, you know, IRL, I'm just sitting there, I'm just like, my poor drawing. I've been drawing all lunch or all day or whatever, and someone well-meaningly tries to come and take a look and see what I'm drawing and accidentally bumps the table. And, you know, I just kind of got to the point where I was like, yeah, it's fine. And, I don't know, I'm trying to remember. Somebody, like, bumped my table while I was trying to draw... I was trying to draw a character holding something. It was like an apple? Yeah. I was trying to draw a character holding an apple, and someone bumped me, and it made a big old wiggle. And I was like, oh my god. I was almost done with it and everything, and they were like, oh, I'm so sorry. I was like, yeah, it's fine. I'll just, you know, turn it into something. And so I ended up turning the squiggle into like a line of fire, and it just ended up being like a random thing that the character ended up being able to do. They're like, oh, so we can set stuff on fire? I'm like, I guess he can now. Accidental lore. That's why I really like I like streaming on these kinds of platforms, because it allows me to kind of have that same interactivity and that same fun of sharing my art with people, but you can't bump my table. All right, so, oops, all right, come back through this. We got some fluffiness, extra floof, because that's my jam. I
I based Skuttz off of Clydesdale. I'm like, or a Shire horse. I'm just like, big horsu dasu, yes please. Biggest one. But like, I always just wanted to draw her like she was wearing flare pants, but with her fluff. I never drew her enough to like figure out what kind of outfit I should put her in. I think actually what my avatar is wearing right now is a swimsuit top from the original animation that I turned into a tank top. Although that is fitting because I basically just wear tank tops. I live in tank tops. Tank tops are life. I'm wearing a t-shirt. It's because I really like that t-shirt. Alright, so I think her ears are done. I think I like it. I think I like it. I think our hair is done. Maybe. I might come back in and poke it a spot or two, but I'm pretty happy with this. I might take, oh god, take the airbrush. No, that didn't work how I wanted it to. It's smaller, I do it up there. No, it just makes it look like it's part of the background. Like, too much. Oh well. Was worth a try. Alright, so I'm gonna zoom out, see if I can find... I don't like this. I don't know if I just took all of the detail out of that though, but I don't want it to be so so filled with detail that it's like overwhelming, which is kind of where I feel like it's at. Nope, I don't like that one though. Let's see, what else do I have? I need to do her earring, a little bandana. We'll check my checklist. That's a good... I like that. How our hair's supposed to look? Don't know. Want it floofy. Want it? Huh? No. No. Wait, go back. Yeah, I just like it there. Alright. Worth an adventure. I think if you're afraid to fail, you're not going to be able to explore your art style as thoroughly as you would if you aren't afraid for something to come out not its best. Like, it's one thing if, you know, you're trying to make something or build something and you've got some, like, expensive supplies or something. But in that case, I always try and either do a scrap of something to test or check stuff, or I try to use a cheaper material as proof of concept. Like, I have a lot of this, like, it's really bad for cosplay foam, because it's, like, for packaging and shipping stuff, so it's got really big air pockets, so when you try to use, like... Well, when you try to use hot glue on it, it just melts, for one. So you kind of have to use contact cement, but it's, like, not... Yeah. So basically, I just use tape, and I glue it together, and I use that as my proof to make sure that my pauldron or whatever is going to be the shape that I want it to be. And then I will go ahead and use the pattern that I've verified will come out correctly. Then I'll go ahead and cut into my foam, but not until I've done it on, like, the cheap scrap stuff that I've hoarded. I'm gonna make a Karlach cosplay. I'm gonna make a Karlach cosplay. I'm gonna make a Karlach cosplay. She is buff waifu. I'm sorry. I couldn't contain myself. We brushed on making armor. I don't think she actually has a lot of armor though. She's mostly horns. All right. Cosplay is like what I reward myself with, because since I do art for work, it's really hard for me to use it as a hobby. Hence why Mollie's like one of the few personal art pieces I've actually put this much polish into. But yeah, it's fun. All right. Also, I made Barbarian Zarya from Overwatch, and I made like 6-inch lifts, and so just being like a 6-foot barbarian, I was like, yes. Could get used to this. Maybe not the platform boots though, I'll fall over. Alright. At least they'd have ankle support though. So let's go ahead and try to clean up the edges here for this. Take the outer. What I want to do is make this right. I suppose. Try to make it that. Fucked it up. Alright, so we're just gonna Control Z back to where we started from. And I'm just gonna drag that down. Reshape the room. And then I'll go try to highlight it this way. Oh, maybe. Oh, I'm using the wrong brush again. Make sure you know what brush you use for what technique, because that'll go a long way when you're trying to like keep consistency through the image. That's usually where it falls apart for me if I'm trying new stuff. I'm just like, what did I use? So you just have to be attentive. It's not too hard though, especially if you have like a couple of your favorite comfort tools that you start finding you like. You kind of get a feel for if it's not one, it's probably the other. But like I have this rough like gouache brush texture that I do most of the stuff in, but then when I go to the hair, I've got something that's kind of got more streaky details in it so that it gives me the right texture. And I also use that same brush for her tail for the same reason, that it gave sort of that feeling of hair just because it's got that flow to it. So if you have Clip Studio, I would highly recommend just playing around with the different brushes and finding what ones are comfortable, what ones are fun. Because there's so many available. They're free, so if you have Clip Studio, you have access to them. One day I will figure out how to make my own brushes. One day. It's just about having the time to sit down and figure out how to do it, though. I think that's so cool that you can make your own. Alright, so let's go. Ankle support is very important, absolutely. Alright, so can we do any sort of claw there, or does it look weird? I don't like that. Nah, we're just gonna let that kind of fade into the backdrop. Okay, her tails are done. Her paws are done. I believe her hands are done. I might let's do one layer here and then do a glowing layer. So I like to take this rough hair detail brush and find, I'll do it, let's see. I'll just do it in straight white. It's really hard to see otherwise because of how bright she is. So I'm just gonna add highlights where I want them. It should be where you've planned for them to be. I kind of pictured it being on these higher arcs of her hair here, which is where I left more bright spots. So the brighter the spot, the more I want to make sure that I've got some little bits here for the shine. So this is just the way I do it, by the way. There are so many other ways. I think once again, Clip Studio has hair textures. Yeah. So I'm gonna hide this one and I'm gonna put this one up. Yeah. Like if I wanted to just use this, it might be better to find a different hair highlight that works. Okay, this is another one I like. So I want to make sure I'm at an angle so that it lines up with the hair, which I think is the trickiest part with this one. I like this one. So I'm going to use this one in a few spots, because this is actually an easier way to get the effect I already try to do. But I'll show you both ways. So, you just want to make sure that the shines and the highlights contour with the shape of the hair in the same direction. So it might take a few times to figure out if it's going the right way or not, or which way you want it to go. Try here. All right, so now that I've kind of gotten this where I want, I'm gonna go to the airbrush, and I'm gonna go on the hard airbrush, and I'm just gonna airbrush around the edges of this so that they soften up. You don't have to do this. This is just one of the ways that I do it. I find it pretty quick and simple. And then I go and I'll do like the add glow and then just drop the glow. And if I've got somewhere like this where it's not quite lined up right, I literally just select it because it's on its own layer and move it so that it's where I would like it, which is why I wasn't too worried about everything being perfect. It takes a little bit more to kind of grab them like this and scoot it around, but as you can see, like that gives a pretty good effect. And then what I'm gonna do is basically just very similar outcome. It's just a lot more work. So I lay that down, and then in the watercolor brush, the same one I do for everything else, I just come sweep in with the eraser instead of the airbrush. I am just coming in with my watercolor and erasing. And I'm just kind of trying to bring it up to the points that I would like. You want a few thick points, you want a few thin points. The other one made a much, like, it kind of pre-did that for you. So if you maybe don't know how to make it look good, looking for a hair shine detail on the Clip Studio store or making a brush for yourself, I don't use Procreate or Adobe, so I'm not really sure what
is available there, but I do know a lot of programs do allow you to make your own brushes. So if there is a program you use outside of Clip Studio, and you do want to learn how to make your own brushes for it, I would absolutely suggest looking up a tutorial because it's endlessly helpful, especially if you have any sort of issues with your hands or drawing. All right, so I'm going to take that, I'm going to lighten it. See, it's pretty similar. I'll just show you the difference between the two. This is the one that I just did right here. And then this one is the other one. So like if I sat and readjusted and pulled stuff around, like on this area, I feel like that one's not lining up very well. But it would look better if I took the time to line it up to do so. It just takes a little bit of TLC, but this is such a fun way of doing it. And I think it looks really good. I'd be tempted to keep it this way if I wasn't so bent on doing it the way that I already do. But I've experimented with multiple ways of doing stuff, so I think it's really fun to share. Especially because sometimes I feel like doing stuff one way, and sometimes I feel like doing it another. Like, I don't always want it to be exactly the same. Alright, so for this, I like to kind of do weird, like, dots underneath, and then, like, a squiggle. And then I kind of go and scribble through the spot that I already drew, which is, I don't know how to explain. I'm just trying to make multiple, I guess, layers of the highlights. This is completely extra. This is what I like to do. And I'm just doing it in completely bright white, just so you can see what I'm doing, hopefully. I know it's not zoomed in too far, but alright, I am gonna see if I can add glow. Kind of see where. So I'm just gonna keep working on it in this partial opacity, but I'm just adding white highlights on an overlay glow layer. And that's basically all I'm doing to try to get this extra shiny look going. So I'm gonna put the highlights on top of this one. I just like making highlights in the hair. I think it looks nice. Go ahead and try to define some of this. I think it's a good way to add some definition to where like the edges of the paint are, or the, well, I guess it's not paint, it's digital paint. But without it being like a super crispy hard edge, you can kind of just add little bits here and there. So if there's maybe a spot where I would like it to look crisper in the larger image, I might make sure that this is where I add some sort of highlight for it. Probably across the top of her hair here. Alright, and then see if I can down here or if it'll look strange. I think that looks okay. I think I want to add maybe a little bit over here as well. I'm just gonna drop that even lower for the opacity. And yeah, now she has extra shiny hair. This is the way I like it. I think I might also go, yeah, we'll do her nail highlights. Accentuate them with a little bit of this as well. Make them pop a little bit.
harder. Same with, I guess I'll do right under the rim of her eyes. And is there anywhere else I want to highlight? Oops. Let's try her. No, why does that not work? Oh, because it's above. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and delete that one. Yep. Ah, it's saving again. No. All right. I have to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. We've been going for almost 4 hours now. I can't be stopped. This is what I'm doing today. We are finishing Mollie. I am committed. Look at how close we are. I think I have to do some final bits on her outfit and fix her her earrings and do the gold. And we might be ready to put my signature on this and call it done. We're so very, very close. So hang tight while I take a quick lap, stretch my legs, use the restroom, and then we're coming back and we're gonna finish this. We are going to do it today. Mollie will be done. All right, give me just a moment. I will be right back. Okay. So, let's go check back to my reference layer. What have I done and what do I have left? I fixed the tail. Oops. Make sure I'm on the right layer. Destroy all my hard work. Alright, so I fixed the tail, the paw, the hair, that I think I fixed. Yeah, it's basically just her outfit and her earrings. Okay. So let's go ahead, and I'm just applying the same logic everywhere that I have been. So we're just going to take the deeper shadows. We're using line art. That's not it. I was like, this didn't feel right. Okay, so now back on track. We've got the right brush. Back here should be pretty dark since it's in the background. Head bandana. All right, that's sorted out. It doesn't have to be overly detailed. Just want to have it give the impression of folded material. So just do some highlights, kind of sweeping back towards the direction the fabric would be gathered, and that seems to have done it. So we're gonna move on up here, and go ahead and boot some colors around. Let's see something I like. So, one. It looks like on one side I've tried to do it like a bow, and on the other side it's like a crinkled piece of material. So I'm gonna try to make that consistent so that both sides now feel like crinkled material, rather than having it feel like one's kind of like a traditional loop-de-loop bow. I think that helped quite a bit. Okay, so, grab the lighter color one more time, kind of come through, blend this out. Decide if I like it or if I want to make another pass. I think I'll leave it alone for now, because I don't want to overwork it. I don't know if it feels... Oh no, it's so small in the tiny little preview, I can't see. So I'll have to zoom out and look, but I think it looks okay. I don't see any reason it wouldn't. And erase this sort of like it's pressed up against her hair. So I've just erased kind of in the same arc. As her hair roll is, and then I'm going to come back and kind of use that as my shadowed spot. Fill all of that in a little bit darker, and then come up here. So, I like it. I think maybe back here needs a little more shadow. And now I think I'm probably just overworking everything. So I'm going to leave it alone. So what happens is you stare at something so long, you try to fix it so many times, and then you don't even know it actually looks good anymore. So I learned this from watching other artists, and watching them just draw, erase, draw, erase, draw, erase, over and over. And I'm like, no, wait, that looked fine. Why'd you erase that? Wait, no, no, why'd you erase? No, why, that line was perfect. And like, I'm sitting there like, man, I wish I could just draw stuff that perfectly. And, you know, not like, but the fact is that I do the same thing. And as soon as I stopped redrawing stuff endlessly and realizing that sometimes I just needed to give stuff a break and come back later, it really helped. Because sometimes you just need to rest your eyes. All right, so. That looks good. I'm happy with that. This shoe looks like it survived without too much issue. So I don't think I really gotta do much to it. This one needs a little bit of help, but for the most part it looks like it's pretty much intact. So go ahead and start with the deeper color of shadows. I'll try to leave some of the parts I have that look like they're good. I'm gonna make sure I'm using my wash brush. And I'm gonna try to render this one as close to the other as I can possibly do. I'm mad because this is one of those cases where I wish I would have done both of the shoes at the same time, but I did not. So, I now must just figure out what I was doing. Yeah, I just gotta make a match. Hopefully I don't have to redraw them both. Alright, no, it should be fine. This is where it's really handy though to give yourself a color palette. I did it for Mollie's base colors,
but I did not do it for myself for any of her outfit colors. So I made an attempt. An attempt was made, but unfortunately I did not record all of the data needed. So there'll be a bit of guess and check, I suppose. But if something looks bad, well, we'll roll with it, shape it out, and figure out what to do. But I think it should be fine. I tend to draw a lot of colors from my color palette. I have a lot of my favorites and my base colors, and I know I tend to go, if I take a particular color and I want to make it darker, I tend to go into cooler, desaturated tones. And if I want to make something warmer, I will go into brighter, more saturated tones. So if I color pick from here and I follow my formula, I can generally find where I wanted to be. But like, it helps so much to just give yourself a little key, little color palette. Just keep everything nice and handy for yourself. Alright, so trying to oof. This needs to come down. This comes down. Nope. It's here. Okay. So, what's wrong with it? Feels too high here. Like that. Better. Just go ahead and bring that down. Unlock the layer. Try to bring this. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Alright, so lesson learned. Try to do parts at the same time so they look the same. We've got do that. Down, which means that's behind you. Yeah, sorry. Fabulous. Like take a darker color and fill this one in. Sorry. Alright, so we are about done, I do believe. I just have the gold left to go. Go here. I just need something a little bit darker back here so the foot stands out as its own part and not like orbed into the mass of tails. We're looking pretty good. So,
That means wait, some of this stuff around. No, I don't like that. There. Because I want it to feel like she's casting a shadow. I realize some of these spots it doesn't look like she's like... There. Now she's casting a shadow. Alright, so... what do I got left? I'm gonna knock the highlights down just a little bit. And I'm gonna make these ones a bit more saturated because I just made them stark white to demonstrate, but oops. It does leave it. There we go. This is better. So there's her highlights on her hair. I was gonna do one last go through on her face. I was gonna redo her eyes because I had assumed I left them for last, but honestly, I like those. Alright, and then no, I don't like that. I like it further back in the shadow. Square her old chin back off. Alright, so I want to try to make that the gray blue. Yeah, no, I'm gonna leave that one alone as it. Okay. Oh, her nose. I need to do her nose. It's just the void. Alright, so where is her nose? Right here. So, go ahead and do that. This would be a great time for this to come in from background. You highlight. Okay. I don't want to add anything to her eyelashes. I'm not sure. I keep wanting to like do something more with eyelashes, but I always feel like it just gets overcomplicated. So I haven't quite found anything I like yet. So let's just maybe leave it be. So then I've got polka dots on her earring. Fine. The belt's fine. The top is fine. The polka dots. I found them. Alright, so. I want to use... Perfect. I just don't... They're really, really gritty. I don't mind a bit, but like it starts to feel like it's not the whole yeah, we're just gonna fix it so they're actually solid. It's
the one thing that's bugging me. I was like, no, leave it, it's fine, it's fine. It's not fine. So, okay. We got to the end and I still don't like it. I'll go smooth them out. I still don't have to be perfect, I just was not happy with where they were. Although, I don't know if I've accidentally done one bigger. What's going on? Okay. So, why is that feeling weird? Either way, we're almost there. So if I can just get the few that I'm seeing not feel right, kind of rounded out and shaped out, then he's good to go. Just look kind of squared. Alright, I think that is some polka dots. I may or may not slightly adjust them later. Once in a while, I'll call stuff done, but I'll come back and I'll stare at it for a little bit and make sure I'm actually happy with everything. Especially if I tried to get myself to finish it on a certain time scale or time frame just to, you know, get it out and done. That way it encourages me to go fast and try to get it finished, but I also don't punish myself if I need to come back around and take a look at stuff with fresh eyes and make sure I still like it. I want this to have highlights. Possibly, because it definitely makes it clearer. He's got like a belt or something going on down here. Alright, so that, another highlight, do it. Okay. I think that's good for the belt. I'm just gonna tidy up some of these little spots on the jeans that look like they could use a little help, like right there. I'm gonna take this, we're gonna bring this darker shade up between. Make sure there's a nice clear separation between the legs so they don't blend together too much. But I don't want to mess with my shading. Alright, so here's another really neat thing. I don't like one of these pant legs, right? So I don't want to repaint it either. I kind of want to work with what I have started there. So what I'm gonna do is hit my lasso tool. I'm going to take this portion of the jeans that I want to try to fix, and I'm going to select it, and then go to Edit, and down to Transform, And then under the transform, down towards the bottom, there is an option for mesh transformation in Clip Studio Paint. And you can choose to add more of the, I believe, let's see, lattice points is what they're called. So you can add more if you'd like, but it doesn't really necessarily help to add more lattice points. I feel like that just distorts stuff more. So you can kind of click and drag. So I want to make it look like it's actually sitting at the angle it's sitting on her foot. And I'm just going to adjust this to where the profile looks like it's sitting where I like it. Basically, I want it to feel like it's sitting over her leg in the back. Okay, so I'm going to leave it like that. It feels like then what I want to do is kind of bring this out. Maybe not. I want to blend it. Alright, so I'm going to go back to taking this darkest shade for the jeans again, and I'm just going to go in and reinforce the deeper spots. Kind of outline the back of the pants there, and then kind of same thing with this one, but just I think maybe on the crevice here. At the very top, I don't know if she's got her pants rolled up. Are they seams? Or are they rolled up? Ooh, that would change a lot. Alright, so I'm just going to fill the bottom in here, like that, and erase it out where it looks like it makes sense for her foot to come out, which I think I did not do well. Seems like it should be such a simple thing to figure out, but alright. Sometimes it can be, sometimes it can't, and then you try to fix it, you get further away. Maybe I should have just left her jeans alone. Yeah, that feels like I messed that leg up. I should leave that one as it is. Okay. Trying to figure out how I want this to look like it's sitting on top. I just want to make sure it still feels like there's that jeans feeling. Make sure I get like the seams and everything in here. So let's see, maybe just need to that's worse. No, that's worse. Alright. I guess these work best. I'm trying to do them more like a skinny jean then. That's what's going on. So I should just treat them like a slim fitted pant leg. Alright, yeah, okay. Give it a little bit front, a little bit in the back. I just want to give it a little bit of shape after I like brought it down. Alright, and then that's too much of that. I like the rest of it, that's all I really wanted to mess with. And then make sure that she's got a pocket, because I don't want to give the poor girl jeans. And no dang pockets, that would be so cruel of me. Oh no, if I add the, yeah, I don't want to do. Just add her pocket there. Do I want to do anything through here? Nah, I think the way I had it was actually pretty good. I'm just gonna leave it be. So we're just gonna move to the gold parts then, which are on what? Oh, the earrings on the same layer as the pants. All right. Let's start there then. So let's do this easy peasy. I'm gonna try to start with the lasso tool selection area. Let's go and do an ellipse. I'm gonna make a circle, roughly the size I want. Fill it in. Let's fill it in with like there. And then I'm gonna go ahead and try to see about. I guess we want to go in. I'll go in about 10. I'm gonna go in about 10 more. Close enough. And erase this. Doesn't have to be exactly perfect because I'm probably gonna mess with it as we go. Block this layer real quick so I can decide to be more gold and the back would be lighter gold. So now I'm gonna go ahead and select just this earring so she's sitting at an angle and it's not going to be a perfect circle, so I'm going to move it into an oval. I'm just again looking up at this smaller shape trying to make sure that it looks like where I want it, and then what I'm going to is take my eraser and try to even out the inside just a little bit. Fine. And then I'm going to erase out a portion where it's essentially going into her ear, as this is a piercing, and then it's saving, so we're gonna wait. Just pause the whole tutorial so that Clip Studio can do the recovery settings, but that's fine, it's fine. It froze. Wait for program to respond. Why'd you freeze while you're recovering? The program tries to recover, setting emergency, make an emergency backup and it crashes itself. That would be horrible. Horrible. My brain's melting. That's fine. I keep getting on a good go here. All right. It's fine. I need to stop and save. It's good. It would be horrible if anything were to happen to Mollie. I haven't given her tail tips any color. I just realized that. Like, Ninetales has the orangey tail tips, and I have not done that. Wow, what is going on? We are still saving. I'm still waiting to resume working on Mollie. What do you think Mollie would do for a living? In your headcanon, she's a florist. I don't think that's too far off. I believe she's a farm girl, or based off of. We did a nuzlocke on my Twitch streams, and basically chat named Pokemon, and so New Blood named a Pokemon after a D&D character. So they're like a sweet little Southern Belle.
probably should be much more nervous than this Ninetales is. She seems very chill. It would be cute to do a bikini edit and have her be like, kind of all blushy about it. I think that would be cute. Very in character. Alright, here we go. That seems fine. So now, basically for metals, I like to start with my dark colors once again. It just is easier for me to add the highlights to stuff. I do not know why. Alright. I'll go ahead and lock this in. So I like to just add towards the front, you want to go with brighter colors. Towards the back, you want some deeper colors. And then, I don't know, we're not going to go with anything too crazy because I don't want this to be like so overly like reflective that it's taking up or distracting. So let's go ahead and do this with all of the pieces real quick. So where is the belt buckle? It is up one. So I'm going to go down and we're just going to add some of these darker tones to it real quick. Or not. I guess it already is. There we go. All right, and then, oops, draw a line instead of going anywhere. I'm not happy with that belt buckle, so I'm just gonna start over. This is my super lazy way of doing belt buckles. Draw a box. Yay. Now you draw a stick. Yay. We're doing really good. We're doing really good. So then I'm gonna lock the opacity, add some darker shadows here, go back in with a warmer tone where we're gonna have highlights along the higher surfaces. Ideally you would want to add some like red or some of the sky kind of reflecting in back on some of these. It would be fun to do some studies where I focus on how colors and things reflect off of metal. It's one of my favorites, but I don't know. I don't want such small pieces to be overly distracting for everything else that's going on with these, so I'm gonna keep the highlighting on them pretty simple. So I basically just want to highlight. Put this too high. I'm just gonna cover up where that was and take another go at it. So I used a darker color underneath. I went one shade above to do the little buckle tab, and then to make it look three-dimensional, I just gave it that little tiny highlight there. So because we're painting this, that's basically all we need for that to register as shiny gold. And we'll just go up here and put the highlight on this one as well. And that's what we're gonna go and do on this last final layer. We're gonna go ahead and see. I think this would be pretty good for. Huh? Where'd it go? Oh, it's on the wrong layer. Haha. Alright, so I'm gonna give like 2. Or do I want it to be kind of like a... This is... I love how what shape reflections are can, like, form what shape something looks like it is. Like, if I go like this, it looks maybe more square with a harder edge on it. I don't know if that's what I want to push it to look like, or if I'm just gonna try to get...
Nope, can't do that. Gotta just select that on its own. All right, so I want to try bring this in a little bit tighter, but not looking weak. I want it to be funky oblong. I want it to still look like it's round. Thank you. All right. And then let's see. I think I'm just gonna go ever so lightly on this back edge with the highlight, make it kind of pop out from the hair, and try to do something shiny right along here. So that's kind of trying to match where the highlights are in the hair, where I might think maybe they would hit on the earring. And then I'm just kind of putting a little bit of shadow at the back edge that I was trying to bring, so it has some sort of 3D dimension, and it's not just like a flat image. All right, so now one of the last things I do is go over the eyelashes, and I just like to do my little signature thing, I guess. I like to put heart shapes in the eyes for the highlights, because why not? That's what I do. Don't know why. I just adore hearts. It's one of my favorite shapes. It's one of my favorite shapes to doodle. So yeah, it's just one of the things I do. I like to put hearts in the eyes and the highlights. And I encourage you to do things like that in your art. If it's stuff that brings you joy and it's stuff that you like, just do it. Like, I had one person ask me, like, why do you do that? And it made me totally, like, question why I did, and they, like, basically insinuated it was stupid, and I was like, oh no. So I stopped doing it for years. And then one day I drew something for myself, and I just decided, you know what? This one just needs the heart eyes. And I did it, and I had multiple people be like, oh, I'm so glad you did the hearts and the eyes again. I missed that. It's so cool. It's your signature thing. And I was like, ah! So I vowed to never stop doing it again. The only time it's really weird is if I'm drawing like Angie characters, and it's like, well, okay, maybe they don't have to have hearts in their eyes, but everybody else, it's fair game unless somebody tells me not to. No, that's too many shinies. Okay. So, let's take a final look at this. Did I do it? Did I do it? What do you think? Is Mollie finally done? I don't know. I think so. Oh, that would be an adorable for a bikini edit. I was thinking that. Especially because, like, that... All right. We might have to do a stream next week where I do a bikini edit. But this one's done. Why did you have to say that, Deathlight? I was like, ooh, I really want to do a bikini version of this one. And I'm like, no, I don't need to. But then you said it. And now I'm like, yeah, what am I thinking that I don't need to? This needs a bikini edit. Gabo, hey, how's it going? Welcome in. We're trying to get the last few things done. I actually think I'm ready to put my signature on this. The only thing bugging me is this earring, honestly. Let me do this. I'm gonna try to just blur it. Let's do filter, Gaussian blur. Sure, I like it. I think it was just too crispy before. That took the crisp down. All right, it's fabulous. I love it.
Needs a blushing bikini edit. Yes, exactly. Like, because the character, I could imagine having the, she's like, okay, yeah, I'm sassy and I'm cute. And as soon as she's in a bikini edit, all that comes undone and she's just like, "Ugh." Modesty. It was cute. Let's see how hard an edit would be. Step one, let's go ahead and stick my signature on here before I forget, so I can be all excited and happy that I made it to this point. I always feel like I don't like that. No. For some reason, hold on, I gotta go up over here. There we go. I have to like sign my name up over in like the top portion of my tablet. I don't know why. It's the only time it looks good. It looks bad when I sign it anywhere else. But anytime I just park it up in that corner, it's all good. Cracks me up. All right, and then watermark it because I've been trying to make sure I source art lately, but once in a while, well, I mean, I always try to make sure I source art. What am I saying? But like if there's a way that I can go and share art in my server or something, if somebody doesn't have a watermark on it, I can't. Like, it makes it really hard to redirect anybody back to like finding them or seeing more of their stuff. So I'm taking that to heart and making sure that I also turn around and watermark my own stuff. I've always signed it, but that doesn't mean that everybody can like understand the signature. So yeah, there we go. All right, let's see what we can do about a bikini edit real quick, because I did put the clothes on a different layer so that we could play dress up if I wanted to. The eyelashes instead, I need to take these off. All right, we're just gonna take all of these and put them on the same. Oops. Is that right? Nope. What? No, not Control Z. Y. Yeah, merge these two. Can also... Oh no, because I wanted these on. Oh, because her earring's gonna stay on no matter what. Can I just throw these on my jeans layer? Let's do it. There. Alright, so... And her hair tie is on the wrong thing as well. Not on the wrong, but it's tied in with something else there. So let me see. We would just go and basically do I would probably have to paint a new expression on her, but that's fine. I don't even have to worry about a bikini bottom. It's just done. Yeah, I think this is actually pretty doable. Because I would just have to go fix this stuff. Ooh, probably do like a little, like gold accents on it or something. Oh, this is cute. Wait, I was supposed to be done. Why am I still going? Wait, wait. It's good stuff. I need to go eat. How long have I been streaming for? 4.5 hours. Yeah. I've had coffee and a little bit of breakfast, but I should probably have some lunch. So, all right, I gotta wrap this up, and we'll see about giving Mollie some more outfits next time. If that's what we're gonna continue to do, we'll see. Maybe I'll just have to make it an alternate and post it on Patreon. We'll see. All right, well, I'm really excited. I think we should do another bikini edit. Like a swimsuit edit. It summertime just came and went, and I'm like, I need it. All right, I think I can add this back on the same. Whoops, back on the same background now. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of my horrifying bikini edit. And put her outfit back on. Her nice, sensible outfit. And I'm gonna go ahead and save this. And yeah, I'm gonna call it a day. I'm so excited. All right, you got me. Then next time it's a bikini edit. Next Wednesday, it's a bikini edit. Because I want to, and I needed very little persuading, but you got me. We're in. We're in for one more week of Mollie. But this time it's sassy. All right, so let me go ahead and save as. I'm super duper excited to see how this came out. I'm really happy with it. Happy enough to prolong drawing her another week to put a bikini edit on it because, man, she looks so good. How could I not? We already came this far. We already climbed this far up the mountain. That is our new Fox Queen Mollie. We can't not give her some sort of fun, spicy outfit for sure. All right. Well, I'm waiting for the files to save. I'm gonna go ahead and do, let's see, save as. We'll see about getting this posted in a little while. You guys get a sneak preview, seeing it by hanging out in stream and watching the recordings. If you did, it's gonna be a minute before I post this on social media, but I'm gonna give maybe Patreons and Coffee a chance to see it first. We're working behind the scenes on some goodies, because if you guys want to support me drawing more stuff like this, we can definitely get that going. I don't know why I didn't think about it before now. So yeah, thank you so much for hanging out with me and joining me on yet another expedition on finishing Mollie. We actually completed the goal today. We actually finished Mollie, and as a reward, we're gonna work on Mollie some more next week. So join me Wednesday, September 20th at noon to 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and I usually go till about 3 p.m. So the best cliffhanger possible, right? If you want to see the bikini edit, you gotta join in on the fun. All right, I'll see you guys next week. Thank you so much once again for joining. I appreciate it so much. It means the world to me that I get to share something like this and spread the joy that is art and glorious Fox Queen Mollie. So take care, have a good one, and I'll see you all next time. Bye.